prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to her government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Honourable members, we will now be led in the singing, and by singing I mean the playing, of our national anthem by the Filipino-Canadian Saanay Association of Alberta in observation of the COVID-19 public health guidelines. Please refrain from singing in the language of your choice. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
Honourable members, I would like you to join me in again welcoming members of the Filipino-Canadian Saanay Association of Alberta. I thought they did a spectacular job. Unfortunately, we had reduced numbers due to the COVID-19 public health pandemic. Otherwise, we would have had twice as many. But I hope you'll join me in welcoming them again. And also, go ahead. Also in the gallery this afternoon, guests of the member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville, please welcome Killarnat Knoll. Please rise.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Fish Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to honour Max Ward, one of Canada's true aviation pioneers, who sadly took his last flight into the heavens on November 2nd. Many may know Mr. Ward as a member of Canada's Aviation Hall of Fame, Canada's Business Hall of Fame, and as a member of Alberta's Order of Excellence. But more impressive than his titles, Mr. Ward's life will always be remembered as one of Canada's most lofty adventures. Mr. Ward began his flying career during the Second World War as a flight instructor with the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan, where he trained Allied pilots to defend the skies over Europe. Mr. Ward later took his passion for aviation and his entrepreneurial spirit and began his own flying service with a single de Havilland Fox Moth biplane, where he pioneered air services across Canada's rugged north. While Mr. Ward's flying services mapped and connected Canada's remote airstrips, his horizons would continue to expand with the establishment of Edmonton-based Ward Air that eventually took flight as a renowned international carrier with a fleet of then iconic Boeing 747s. Mr. Ward's ambitions for Ward Air brought affordable, yet luxurious air travel to Canadians, opening up the world to his vision and love for aviation, which started with his ever-loyal employees long before it hit the Royal Dalton dishes his loyal passengers dined on. With Mr. Ward, it didn't matter if you worked on the tarmac at Edmonton International, on the line maintenance team, or serving a hot meal at 30,000 feet above the Pacific. It was never a surprise for him to approach with a warm smile to see how things were going. Mr. Ward's legacy will be forever associated with bringing the wonders of air travel to everyday Canadians, while those who were employed by him, including the mother of our own Minister of Health, felt as if they were part of a family that endures to this day. Mr. Ward, you will be greatly missed by all who knew or knew of you, and we tip our wings in thanks for inspiring aviation leaders and entrepreneurs in our great province for generations to come. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton, I have Riverview, but it's the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
The Premier minimizes the tragic loss of life from COVID-19. In May, he said the average age of death from COVID-19 was only 83, and since life expectancy in Alberta is 82, we're doing well. Recently, he downplayed deaths from COVID-19 again by saying it is only the 11th most common cause of death this year, and it is just a tiny proportion of deaths in the province. These comments are disgraceful and show how devoid of empathy this Premier and government are towards seniors. As of Thursday, there have been over 250 deaths of COVID-19 in continuing care. These deaths were preventable, something that this Premier has failed to acknowledge as he minimizes the tragic losses. The families grieving these losses deserve better. This UCP government is not doing enough to ensure seniors are taken care of in Alberta. There needs to be a public inquiry. Continuing care is in crisis. In the South Terrace Centre in Edmonton, over 90% of residents have tested positive for COVID-19. There are over 50 outbreaks in continuing care centres across the province. 3 of them have over 100 cases. COVID-19 is creating challenges for all Albertans. It is particularly difficult and isolating for seniors. Alberta's seniors deserve a government that cares whether they live or die. Instead, we have a government that has ignored the crisis and has gone out of their way to create further chaos in health care. This government has the audacity to drive doctors out of the province, fire 11,000 staff, and laid out plans to make life more expensive for seniors in continuing care. The UCP should be expanding and protecting staff in continuing care. Our health care system should be strengthened, not attacked. When a senior dies of COVID-19, they are not simply a statistic. When will the UCP do the right thing and ensure seniors are safe in this province?
Mr. Speaker, I'm saddened to announce that on November 6, Larry Spilak passed away after losing a battle with cancer. Larry served as a Foothills County Councillor for over 13 years, serving as the Reeve for 9. I personally met Larry 6 years ago while serving on the PC Constituency Board, and I was honored to have the time with him that I did have. Though he may not have known it, Larry was a mentor to me. His commitment to building a stronger future for his community was admirable. His commitment and dedication to improving the lives of those in his community should be a benchmark for anyone in public service. It most certainly is a benchmark that I have set for myself. Larry's passing has been a time of reflection for me as I look at the changing landscape of Alberta. In his time that he served for the Foothills County Council, he also served on 25 additional boards and committees. He was generous with his time and his expertise, and he made sure that he always was available to lend an ear or a hand when needed. In an article penned shortly after his passing, Ryan Payne, CAO, stated that, quote, he was a champion of the county, a trusted colleague and a dear friend. It was just always a pleasure to work with him. He had such a strong business acumen and an understanding of what working in a team environment involved. I cannot agree more. Larry was an incredible advocate for his ward and his county, a leader in his community, and a respected colleague and a dear friend. He served in his position with the utmost dignity and respect. Mr. Speaker, although funerals may look different due to gathering restrictions, his family will still be celebrating his life this week at the St. James Parish. I ask that everyone in this House take a moment to recognize the importance of all of those, like Larry, who served their communities. Larry Spilak, you will be missed.
The honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Alberta small businesses are angry with inaction from this UCP government. We are now entering the second wave, and this government has started shutting businesses and increasing restrictions without any form of support to owners and their employees. Small business owners have been calling for your government to take action for months now, but this premier shamefully continues to ignore them. While local establishments across this province closed, your government doubled down on its failed $4.7 billion corporate handout. Instead of investing in Alberta businesses who create thousands right here in this province, this premier chose to give billions to already profitable international corporations. But my colleagues and I did not ignore them. We took the time to listen to their struggles. The Alberta NDP, with the input of small businesses owners across this province, developed a 7-point plan that will give Alberta small businesses a chance to get through this second wave. We're calling on the government to develop a clear evidence-based index that will give small businesses a chance to plan if they are moving up or down in our relaunch plan. We have also called on the reinstatement of the commercial eviction ban for another 6 months, and for the provincial government to match up to the 25% of the federal lockdown grant, so owners do not have to worry about being forced out. Also, the expansion of the Alberta relaunch grant so hard-hit businesses can receive another $10,000 in support to use it as they see fit. We cannot rely on small businesses to shoulder more debt without any financial support, and I'm hoping that this government puts its ego aside and implements these supports, because the more this premier waits, the more small businesses will close and even more Albertans will be unemployed.
The honourable member for Camrose has a statement to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most loved groups in the Camrose constituency is the AJHL Camrose Kodiaks. The Kodiaks were added to the AJHL in 1997. Though they missed the playoffs in their first season, they've qualified for the playoffs in every season since. The Kodiaks have won 6 South Division titles, 5 league championships, 5 Doyle Cups for the regional championship, 3 silver medals at the National Junior A Championship, and 1 Canadian National Junior A Championship. The Kodiaks are an extremely important part of our community and have contributed in many ways. Their involvement with the Relay for Life, Walk a Mile in Her Shoes, and a multitude of other community initiatives has not gone unnoticed. In fact, they are also dedicated to being exemplary role models for youth and play an active part in the Read with the Kodiaks program, which is a huge success in Camrose and area schools. I recently had the opportunity to wear Carson Brisson's number 37 jersey at the legislature in support of the commencement of the AJHL season. In addition, I had the opportunity to meet the entire team and was very happy to learn that all members are proud to be from the West, specifically Alberta and Saskatchewan. It was also a pleasure to meet Lee Couture, who is one of the billet coordinators. I also enjoyed a great conversation with Clayton Jardine, who is the head coach of this talented group. The Kodiak's general manager, Boris, and Tim with New Country 98.5 invited me to participate in their online radio show. I enjoyed the opportunity to have a great dialogue and answer questions. Through community spirit and support, Camrose is able to accommodate these young players. We are so proud of our team as a community, and I wish the team the very best this season. Go Kodiaks! Woohoo!
The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A terrible dichotomy has been allowed to emerge recently that society and its servant, the provincial government, has but one of 2 choices: to either focus on the health and well-being of the citizens of Alberta or to foster the economy with the hope that Albertans will ultimately derive the benefits. Health versus the economy, well-being versus wealth. It is unfortunate that this myopic and false choice has been nurtured by this UCP government. Recently, I've had the privilege of participating in many conversations with Albertans that have a different view. They have learned hard lessons from the oculus that is COVID, and what has been revealed is an economic reality that is often inequitable and uneven in its rewards, a system that benefits many but also leaves vulnerable many others. And what Albertans are telling me is that as we emerge from this pandemic, we need to not only rebuild but to rejuvenate with a new purpose. Rather than submitting to a false choice of health versus the economy, we need to merge the two into a unified goal. neither health nor the economy, but both. Albertans understand that the old economy provided us with many benefits, but it is old. We cannot return to visions of the past with expectations of rescue. Instead, we should be brave and forge our own future. We need to diversify the resources on which we depend and diversify the way in which we share those benefits among us. We are a great oil and gas economy, and we can equally be a great hydrogen and high-tech and medical research and fine arts and tourism economy. But we cannot do that by destroying the structures of success that have been set into place by generations of Albertans. The economy of the future needs entrepreneurship closely aligned with excellence in university research. The economy of the future needs employees who have benefited from excellence in education and excellence in health. The economy of the future needs jobs that focus on the well-being of us all. We cannot do this if we can do this if we accept the challenge before us and dare to not shrink from a vision that reaches just beyond our grasp.
The honourable member for Airdrie East has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have many constituents asking about the Alberta Health Services Review Plan. Today, I would like to call out the blatant fear-mongering about our government cutting frontline nurses and clinical staff. Let me be very clear. There will be no job losses for nurses, doctors, and other frontline clinical staff members. This fear-mongering is wrong and only serves to hurt Albertans. Our government values health care and would never sacrifice quality of care to save a few bucks. But we are cutting inefficiencies. Mr. Speaker, times are tough, money is tight, and frustrations are growing because of the increased wait times. Lowering wait times is too important. Savings from the reduction of over 100 management-level positions is necessary. These savings will be reinvested in Albertans' health care. We are removing redundant managerial positions because we want to make health care more efficient and patient-centered. We are in the middle of a global pandemic, and it is now more important than ever that we lessen wait times and ensure Albertans' health needs are met. Mr. Speaker, AHS was due for a review, and in order to improve efficiencies and improve patient care, our government found ways to achieve better results. Overcoming the mismanagement of previous governments requires real, bold action. Yes, laundry and community lab services will be contracted out. However, approximately 70% of community lab services and laundry services is already done by private contractors. Mr. Speaker, it will take time to make these services better, and the vendors will be selected through a vigorous competitive process that is free from government interference. As a representative for Airdrie East, I can say with certainty that all decisions that impact the livelihoods of Albertans are taken seriously. Mr. Speaker, the choices we make in this chamber don't just affect Albertans outside of this room, but everyone in it as well. These decisions that we make as a government affect us all. We are all Albertans.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
There are tens of thousands of disability workers in Alberta. The vast majority are women and work multiple jobs because most are paid just above minimum wage. This is an educated, highly skilled workforce, and the scope of work is massive. Disability workers help people find jobs, prepare for interviews, learn bus routes, skill acquisition. They help with grocery shopping, cooking, cleaning, laundry, budgeting. They support people with complex medical needs with medication, tube feeding, equipment maintenance. They provide hand-over-hand assistance for hand washing and putting on masks. They help with personal care, bathing, dressing, eating. Some learn sign language or master software so they can communicate with the people they support. Disability workers are very skilled at supporting people with complex behaviors that can range from aggression to extreme self-injury. COVID has meant longer hours, massive changes in routines, supporting disabled Albertans in isolation and quarantine, dealing with ever-changing public health measures and spiking staffing changes. This is an exhausted and overwhelmed workforce. Disability workers are underpaid, and too many do not have access to appropriate benefits or even 2 weeks of sick time. Only 10% of the workforce are in the public sector, and yet this is the group the UCP has decided makes too much money, so they're privatizing during a pandemic. Another dangerous UCP race to the bottom. We will continue to oppose dangerous changes while preparing to introduce systemic ones in 2023 because we know there is a better way forward. And that way forward is not based in taking from some of the lowest paid workers in this province to pay for a $4.7 billion giveaway. A simple thanks isn't enough, but I sincerely, on behalf of myself and my colleagues, I sincerely thank community disability workers.
Honourable members, it is now 1:50, and that means it's oral question period. And the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second wave is here. Alberta is approaching 10,000 active cases, roughly 1,000 new cases every day this weekend. Frontline health workers have sounded the alarm for weeks, but this Premier has ignored them. Now, almost every major hospital is dealing with outbreaks, and this weekend a leaked memo from AHS shows cases will double within 2 weeks. ICU admissions will hit 120, 50 more than current capacity. Why is the Premier hiding the numbers? Why does he keep waiting for things to get worse? And why won't he show leadership to flatten the curve?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, that's not true at all. Of course, we are taking measures. We announced new measures. Premier announced new measures last week. We are very concerned on this side for the families and the patients throughout the province who are experiencing this, as well as the doctors and nurses, in particular those who are in our ICUs for the stressful circumstances they're in during this pandemic, and we thank them for all their hard work. And we are in constant contact with AHS, and we will make sure that AHS has all of the resources, any and all resources they need to continue to make sure that anybody in this province who is critically ill gets the care that they need.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the existence of that memo proves that the Premier does actually have updated modelling and simply refusing to share it with the public. Meanwhile, the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, the University of Washington's Independent Health Research Centre, is releasing data on Alberta. Their best case scenario for our province right now is around 3,700 new cases per day by January 1st. Can the minister tell us if Alberta Health's projections are the same? And if not, will he finally tell us why and what those projections actually are?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we already did our modelling in the spring, and that's been disclosed publicly. I'd also remind the member that Dr. Henshaw has made many remarks regarding modelling. They're not a prediction of the future. They're not about where we're going to step, but they are like a flashlight that can help light the way and where we might be going in the future. So we'll continue to work within those numbers, Mr. Speaker, and make sure that we are actively looking to make sure that AHS has the resources that they need to be able to make sure that everybody in this province who's critically ill gets the care that they need, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
In fact, what's happening is they are actively keeping information from Albertans. Now, this Premier did nothing, and experts say that we are now well past the point where a liquor curfew is enough. Quote, people won't go back to normal life and consumer demand won't really recover if the virus is spreading. We need to contain the virus to allow for real economic recovery. That's a report from the National Bureau of Economic Research. Put another way, the cost of uncontrolled spread is greater on the economy than the cost of targeted measures. When will this government act to protect Albertans?
Hey, hey. The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll answer that question in January. In January, we started to take steps, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that this province was prepared. We started to make sure that we had the PPE that we needed in this province for the first and future waves. In fact, we were able to share PPE with other provinces, Mr. Speaker. We made sure that we built up a testing system that's the most robust in the country to be able to respond to the pandemic. We gave $170 million more to our continuing care operators to make sure that those folks are able to protect their staff and their residents, Mr. Speaker. We actually have, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition for her second set of questions.
What this government has done is fail. Alberta's new case rate is growing more than twice as fast as British Columbia's and 3 times as fast as Ontario's, for heaven's sake. Now, separate and apart from the economic impacts, this government is ignoring the fact that our health system is now in jeopardy because of their inaction. Quote, COVID-19 is returning with a vengeance. My incredible team is becoming deflated. We are all at a breaking point and the system is failing. That's an RN from the Grey Nuns Emergency Department. Does this minister not understand that his complete lack of action is walking us into an imminent healthcare collapse?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, none of that is true. As I said, we've built up the most robust testing system in the country. Our lower death rate is a testament to the fact that we are taking this more seriously than other provinces. I will note that our death per 100,000 is 6.7, Mr. Speaker. It's 3 times less than Ontario's. It is 10 times less than Quebec's, Mr. Speaker. We have also provided 40 million masks for Albertans throughout the spring. We have taken this more seriously than, quite frankly, than other jurisdictions. We will continue to make sure as well that our capacity is there for HS to make sure that anyone who's critically ill will get the care that they need in this province.
The Leader of the Opposition.
The only province that we are not doing worse than is Manitoba, and it's that minister's fault. Quote, "We're shattered. The already exhausted lines of clinical people get stretched even thinner." That's Dr. Peter Brindley, an ICU doctor at the U of A. Right now, every time a healthcare worker tests positive, about 6 other staff have to isolate. That means remaining staff have to work double shifts just to provide basic care, let alone deal with COVID. This can't go on. When will this government take action, or are they really going to let COVID destroy our healthcare system for all Albertans?
The Minister.
That is true, Mr. Speaker, and we announced new measures last week, and we'll continue to make sure that there are measures in place, and we will continue to review those measures and continue to announce new ones, but they will be based on the evidence, Mr. Speaker. They will be based on the advice of our medical professionals, like Dr. Hinshaw. They will be focused. It will be minimizing business disruption, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to make sure that the health system and the capacity of the system will be a top of mind when we continue to announce new measures.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you can't do something based on the evidence if you claim you don't have the evidence. So once again, I say table the evidence. Albertans deserve it. Quote, "I'm so worried about my dad. He's 96 and he would never survive COVID." That's in Alberta, whose father is in long-term care, where 10 residents have tested positive and 2 have died in the last 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, while other provinces used the summer to hire and train staff and centralize the response, this Premier, this Minister sat on their hands. Why did this government learn nothing, and when will they stand up and protect seniors in long-term care?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, that is completely untrue. None of that is true. That member should be ashamed for saying the exact opposite of what we've done. We have actually given $170 million more to our continuing care operators for them to be able to hire more, for them to be able to pay for their PPE that they need, for them to be able to comply with the public health measures and the infection prevention control that's needed in their facilities, Mr. Speaker. And we'll continue to make sure we work with them to make sure that they have the resources they need to protect their staff and their residents.
The Leader of the Opposition for a third set of questions.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. This was a victory for public service over self-interest, honesty over deceit, inclusion over racism, and unity over division. The right values won, Mr. Speaker. However, we have work to do. The administration has signaled that it will advance a green energy initiative and it will not proceed with KXL. What is this government doing to engage the White House on energy issues? And given the billions of dollars, of Alberta dollars at stake, will the Premier finally make the KXL deal public?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The KXL deal has been made public many times, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that what you've seen in the last few days is that our government continues to work with the federal government to be able to communicate with President-elect Biden's office, Mr. Speaker. We'll have more to say in the coming days. We're going to continue to fight for every pipeline, Mr. Speaker, including Keystone, Mr. Speaker. Unlike that member who, when she was Premier, protested against Energy East, protested against Keystone, protested against Northern Gateway, Mr. Speaker. This government will continue to fight for pipelines each and every day, Mr. Speaker, and that member should finally apologize to Albertans for her failure on that file.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, what the member opposite said just there is factually, absolutely, fundamentally untrue. And if it were said outside of this House, we'd be suing him. I'm glad to hear, however, that somewhere deep in that government, diplomacy is still an option. However, the Premier hasn't shown any. Last week, he went on a far-right podcast and called the governor of Michigan, quote, brain dead, before declaring that, quote, resistance is futile. Yes, like the Borg from Star Trek, Mr. Speaker. Does the Premier really think that attacking the co-chair of the President-elect's campaign team is a good move for the hundreds of thousands of Albertans who are counting on him to protect our...
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I see we hit a sore point with the Leader of the Official Opposition, who's very upset about having her record on pipelines pointed out. I'm happy to do it again. She protested against Energy East, protested against Northern Gateway, Mr. Speaker, said that she did not support Keystone, Mr. Speaker, though I will remind this entire House voted unanimously, Mr. Speaker, to support moving forward with Keystone, Mr. Speaker. But that member wants to hide the fact that she did nothing when it came to pipelines, Mr. Speaker, because she is against pipelines, Mr. Speaker. We're not. That simple.
The Leader of the Opposition.
That member is unprecedented for his willingness to come in here and say made-up things over and over. But on the issue that Albertans care about, there's a very narrow window. If we're going to get the ear of the new administration, we have to convince them to take a more pragmatic approach to energy. This government must stop attacking those who are concerned about climate change and send a different signal instead. So a sound first step would be to cancel the delayed, ineffective money pit that is the inquiry into un-Albertan activities and kill the embarrassing anti-fact, anti-science cartoon of a war room. When will the Premier stop burning bridges, start building them, and get rid of these wastes of money?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, May 2nd, 2015 on CBC Radio, the opposition House Leader, then Premier, or opposition leader, then Premier, says we're against it when referring to Keystone, and said she's against it in 2015. And then she went on and ordered Alberta's representative in Washington, D.C. to abandon efforts to push for Keystone XL in the U.S. Capitol, Mr. Speaker. That member is maybe ashamed now of her terrible record when it comes to pipelines. The fact that she abandoned our largest industry when she was the Premier and continues to do it, her record on that file is complete and utter failure. We will not be lectured by her when it comes to this issue.
The order, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West has the call.
Now, the UCP handed over $4.7 billion to already profitable corporations right after being elected. The companies took that money and invested it elsewhere. Government said it wouldn't cost $4.7 billion, even though it was right there on page 144 of last year's budget. And now their top economic advisor, Jack Mintz, has quoted the figure and called it a substantial amount. So, does the government agree with Mr. Jack Mintz that the cost of their signature corporate handout is $4.7 billion? And if not, do they believe that Mr. Mintz is incompetent?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest department estimates for the reduction in revenue for this government from our expedited job creation tax cut is in the neighbourhood of $250 to $400 million a year, Mr. Speaker. Those are expert department estimates. And, Mr. Speaker, if we want to take a look at a case study, we take a look at the members opposite. When they were in government, when they increased business taxes by 20%, they actually collected almost $5 billion less over the subsequent years and chased out billions of dollars of investment from this province.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Well, now the UCP has not produced any evidence that the $4.7 billion in corporate handouts has created investments or jobs as promised. The claim was that the $4.7 billion would attract investment, create 55,000 full-time jobs, but almost 50,000 full-time jobs were instead lost. We lost $3 billion of investment. The economy got smaller. So, will the government table the evidence that the $4.7 billion corporate tax giveaway will deliver jobs, or will they continue to hide that evidence from Albertans?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, there is an abundance of research out there that demonstrates the correlation between a competitive business tax rate and investment attraction and job creation. But what is implicit in that question, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the members opposite would have us push up business taxes in this province by 50% at a time of great economic challenge. I cannot imagine a more disastrous policy.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition has had lots of opportunity to ask questions. She'll have as much time as she would like when called upon by the Speaker. But right now, it's the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
I'll tell you what's disastrous, Mr. Speaker. The most recent Auditor General's report that showed the UCP fudged the books to the tune of $1.6 billion worth of incompetence. This comes on top of $4.7 billion no jobs corporate handout, the worst performing economy in Canada. Meanwhile, the UCP leader is Canada's least popular premier. So will the government admit that their fiscal incompetence and failure to create jobs shows they need to stop fudging the books and change their failed jobs policy, if not for the good of Albertans who are looking for certainty, competence, employment, investment, then at least for their own political fortunes?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the question alone demonstrates the fiscal and financial literacy of the member opposite. Mr. Speaker, this government, the Alberta government, received a clean audit opinion from the Auditor General. An auditor's role is to work with its client.
Order. I had no problem hearing the question. I'm having significant difficulty hearing the answer. The minister will be heard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. An auditor's role is to work with its client, in this case the Alberta government, to work through complex reporting and accounting issues. These kinds of adjustments are not abnormal, Mr. Speaker. We worked through the adjustments with the Auditor General, and we have a clean audit report.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans are facing tough times right now. We've seen a collapse in energy prices, the worst economic contraction since the dirty 30s, and we still have the COVID-19 pandemic to contend with. We're also facing a $24.2 billion deficit. That's why I was pleased to read recently that we are not building the new Provincial Operations Centre. My question is for the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Why are we not building this brand new facility?
The Honourable, the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The previous government planned on spending $122 million to construct a brand new building for the Provincial Operations Centre. Alberta's government already has a sizable amount of available real estate, so constructing a brand new building is not necessary, particularly in such challenging fiscal times. As such, the POC will be moved to the existing government-owned Muriel Stanley Venn building by the spring of 2021.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the NDP wanted to spend $122 million to construct a brand new Provincial Operations Centre, and given Alberta's government already has a large inventory of adequate buildings it can use, and given we are struggling with massive debt from the previous NDP government, to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, how much are we saving taxpayers by not building this facility brand new?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the member for the question. We will save Albertans $119 million. And I'm going to say that again. We will save $119 million for the people of Alberta by relocating the current POC to the existing Muriel Stanley Venn building. Alberta's government will also spend approximately $3 million to renovate the MSV building and move around 56 staff. The Alberta Emergency Management Agency anticipates an orderly transition to this new facility.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her good fiscal stewardship here. And given Albertans are facing challenging times, and given we are trying to find creative ways to save Alberta taxpayer dollars, and given we will have another spare building with the Provincial Operations Centre now moving locations, once again to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, what happens to the old Provincial Operations Centre?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once the current POC moves to the MSV building in the spring of 2021, Alberta Infrastructure will initiate a process to surplus the property and eventually sell it. Operating costs will be reduced as we shut the building down. Once again, selling the building and cutting operating costs will be a further savings to Alberta taxpayers over and above the $119 million that we're saving them this year. I want to see visibly local results in community after community across this province, and finding ways to save Albertans money to pay down the debt is key for our future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has a question.
Once again, this government is waiting until the last possible moment to take action on COVID-19, putting unfair pressure on struggling small businesses. Businesses need certainty and they need support. That's why today the NDP official opposition proposed 7 new measures to support businesses who are affected by the new restrictions. They include new grants, a reinstatement of the commercial eviction ban, and 50% cut on small business insurance. To this minister, will you support all these measures to help ensure all of our small businesses survive?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we certainly acknowledge the challenge that so many small businesses are going through during this time of economic uncertainty. And Mr. Speaker, that's why very quickly we introduced a number of measures. We immediately deferred all WCB premiums until 2021. We're abating 50% of the actual premium to small and medium-sized businesses, which is equivalent to $350 million of support. Mr. Speaker, we announced and have implemented the Business Relaunch Grant for businesses that have been severely curtailed or had to shut down their businesses due to public health measures.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Given that the new lockdown might be coming as this government fails to get a hold of this pandemic with proper testing, contact tracing, and self-isolation measures, and given that the federal government has stepped up to the plate with a new lockdown support program to cover up to 25% of small business costs if they are forced to close because of COVID-19, and given that small business might not make it without additional support, through no fault of their own, to the same minister, will you join our call to match the incoming federal lockdown support program up to 25% to help give Alberta's small businesses a chance to make it to the other side of this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question and highlighting the challenge that so many small businesses are facing today. Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation is working with business leaders to understand what might be needed in the future. They're developing some programming for those businesses that have had to curtail their operations due to the most recent public health announcements. Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to monitor and we are prepared to move with real action.
The Honourable Member.
Well, that sounds like a no. Given that this government took some modest measures early in pandemic by creating the Small and Medium Enterprise Relaunch Grant, and given that this government's poor management of the second wave is already driving down our consumer confidence and having small businesses who are harming small businesses who are struggling to survive, and given that small businesses need cash and they need certainty before things even get worse, to the same minister, will you join our call to triple the Relaunch Grant to help ensure that small businesses and the hundreds of thousands of Albertans that they employ survive the second wave of this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Business Relaunch Grant is available to Alberta businesses whose businesses were curtailed or shut down due to public health measures. That program remains in place. Our measures around Workers' Compensation Board, premium relief remain in place for the current year, and we're continuing to monitor the need out there in the business community. We will be prepared to introduce additional programs as required.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
It's been 6 days since the media reported the horrifying COVID-19 outbreak at the South Terrace Continuing Care Centre. 83 residents and 80 staff members have been infected, and 11 Albertans have died. The operator says due to the collapse in staffing levels, residents won't be getting baths, and some won't even get out of bed. This is unacceptable. What has the Minister of Seniors done in the past 6 days? Specifically, how many new staff has she brought into the South Terrace? If she hasn't acted, how many more people will have to die before she will?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and we are in constant contact with our continuing care operators, including that one in particular. We will continue to work with them to make sure they have all the resources that they need. I will highlight again, Mr. Speaker, that we have provided $170 million more to our continuing care operators for them to make sure that they have the workforce, that they have the resources, that they have the PPE to make sure that they are taking every precaution to be able to comply with the public health guidance and infection prevention control measures, as well as making sure they're doing everything they can to protect their staff and their residents.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that we urge the government to develop a provincial staffing strategy for continuing care, specifically to prevent the kind of tragedy we saw at Mackenzie Town in Calgary, and now again at South Terrace in Edmonton, and given that case numbers are rising exponentially and there are outbreaks in dozens of seniors' facilities across Alberta, and given that this government's failure to act earlier is costing lives today, will the minister finally produce a provincial staffing strategy for seniors?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that strategy actually was developed. It was developed by the continuing care operators themselves. When they came to us in the spring and they asked for what eventually became the $170 million more that we provided to them to be able to compensate them for the additional PPE that was needed, for the additional workforce that's needed, and for any other resources they needed to take care for their staff and their residents throughout the pandemic, knowing that this is going to be quite a long time for those operators and the staff and those residents in responding and living through this pandemic.
The Honourable Member.
Given that Mackenzie Town and South Terrace have the same operator, Rivera, and given that the largest and deadliest outbreaks in seniors facilities in Alberta have all been privately operated, what is the minister doing to hold Rivera accountable for the staffing collapses and loss of life in the facility? What are you doing for Albertans you're supposed to speak up for? Or do South Terrace families have to take Rivera to court due to your failure to act, just like the Mackenzie Town families?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, none of that is true, and I'll highlight again that Alberta has thankfully had one of the lowest on a per capita basis the death rate in our continuing care facilities. Now, I mean, for those who have lost and for their families, my heart goes out to all of them, Mr. Speaker, but we have AHS, who's the regulator of our continuing care operators. They continue to work with those operators throughout the pandemic, and including when there are outbreaks, to make sure there are outbreak teams that come immediately to those facilities to make sure that the operators have all the resources they need, that they understand the protocols required to respond, and they'll continue to do so at AHS.
The Honourable Member for Highland has a question.
Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks, we have seen discussions in many municipalities about defunding the police. These calls have stemmed largely from mass protests that began in the United States and now have been occupying time in council chambers across Alberta. As a government, we have been working to add needed enforcement across Alberta, and considering any defunding changes will have an impact on suburban and rural areas, and defunding of the police is something some of the members across the way support. To the Minister of Justice, can you comment on your position of defunding police forces across Alberta?
The Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Highwood. Mr. Speaker, that is why it is completely shameful to see the members opposite causing up to the defund the police radical activist. Mr. Speaker, the government of Alberta rejects the idea that defund the police is a solution to police reform. In my discussions with leaders from cultural and ethnic communities across our province, the idea of defunding the police has never come up. We are listening to the very real and legitimate concerns of Albertans, and we will deliver tangible results to those communities.
The Honourable Member for Highwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that response. Now, we know that the province provides funding to the municipalities for policing for the direct purpose of keeping our communities safe. And given that our government should never allow the municipalities to use that funding for just whatever they want, my question is again to the Minister of Justice. How much funding does the province provide to municipalities in the province for policing, in particular Edmonton and Calgary?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the province provides 2 direct grants to our municipalities for police funding: the Municipal Policing Assistance Grant and the Police Officer Grant. Added up, the province provides about $90 million a year in this grant. For 2020-2021, Mr. Speaker, this government has given $26 million in policing grants to Edmonton and $33 million to Calgary. These grants have been and remain fully funded under this government.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you again to the Minister. As I mentioned, we know that the members opposite have stated their preference to defund the police, and we also know their disastrous record when it comes to ensuring Albertans' safety. Given that the Minister has said that our government does not support defunding the police, but rather modernizing and reforming the policing system, to the Minister of Justice, would provincial funding for policing still go to municipalities that defund their police forces?
Honourable the Minister of Justice, Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is why I sent letters on this subject to our municipal leaders in September, challenging them to not get caught up in the defund the police rhetoric. If municipal leaders are trying to rebalance their budgets to focus on core services, then that is something I welcome. Mr. Speaker, I can see that the member from Edmonton Glenora is shouting. In my time as Minister of Municipal Affairs, Mr. Speaker, I encourage municipal leaders to focus on core service delivery while finding efficiencies in other areas. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, police is a core municipal service.
The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora has the call.
Parents across Alberta say that they weren't told about COVID cases in their school for more than a week after their kids were exposed. These delays are putting students, staff, families, and communities at risk. The Premier talks about personal responsibility, but he's failed in his responsibility to give Albertans the information they need to be able to take care of their own kids. We know a second wave would come, and the Minister of Education should have prepared. Why is she failing to provide timely notification of COVID when it's in our schools?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There is a clear and effective process to respond to cases in schools. Mr. Speaker, parents are the first to know when there is a case in their school. We were one of the first provinces that began publicly tracking outbreaks in schools. The safety of students and school staff remains the Alberta government's #1 priority throughout the school year.
The member for Edmonton Glenora.
Given that the UCP failed to staff up in the contact tracing system even as cases surged, and AHS has eventually given up on contact tracing in schools, and given this crucial and time-consuming work has now fallen onto teachers and principals, given that some principals are trying to trace more than a dozen active cases in their school at one time while trying to keep their school safe during this difficult time, does the minister understand yet that she could have protected students, staff, and families by capping class sizes at 15 instead of using Albertans' money to pay for a $4.7 billion giveaway?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to answer the complete fiction regarding our contact tracers. We started before a pandemic at 50. We are now at over 800. We are hiring more than 400, I think, now in the coming days, as well as using, we started off throughout the spring. We received an offer from the federal government to use StatsCan employees to be able to help with contact tracing. We found out that their ability was best served to do the contact tracing for our schools. We're soon going to be getting to 125 of those StatsCan employees. Thank you to the federal government for providing those resources to help with the contact tracing in our schools.
The honourable member.
Given that there are more than 6,000 Calgary Catholic students and staff forced into isolation, and given that an entire school at Edmonton Catholic was forced to cancel in-person learning, and given that Edmonton Public is considering reaching out directly to Ottawa to appeal for the national tracing app, does the minister have any new resources, any new tools, anything new beyond talking points from August to repair contract tracing and notification in schools, because the current system, minister, all you ministers, is failing?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
None of that is true, Mr. Speaker. The complete opposite is the truth. We continue to invest in our contact tracers, and we've told AHS that they have all the resources they will need, be able to continue to hire, to continue to train the 3 levels of contact tracing that's going to be required, and we will continue to use the employees of StatsCan to be able to provide that. Now, I'd ask the member from Edmonton Glenora why she used her time over the weekend in attending what might have been a super spreader event, Mr. Speaker. We on this side are taking this pandemic much more seriously than those on the other side seem to be taking this pandemic.
The member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in the middle of a global health pandemic. We've seen workers in many, many different sectors going above and beyond to keep this province running during an incredibly stressful time while we're all dealing with COVID-19. And of course, on the last day we met in this House, the Minister of Labour and Immigration brought forward a bill that is an attack on workers in this province. Bill 47 removes protections for workers, both for their safety at work and for compensation if they're injured on the job. Minister, I have looked and I cannot find it. So can you please tell me specifically what in the bill improves safety for workers, because all I'm seeing is rollbacks.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Labour has spent a considerable amount of time talking about his bill inside this House. I do encourage that member to participate in that debate in the coming days inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker. But let me be clear, I'm proud of the Minister of Labour as he works to be able to undo some of the terrible things that the former NDP government did to employers inside this province, Mr. Speaker. I know that you saw, Mr. Speaker, their entire time, that member when she was Labour Minister, their direct attack over and over on job creators inside this province, Mr. Speaker. That ended 17 months ago, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to say we're getting Albertans back to work.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, given that this government seems to believe Alberta workers don't deserve the same rights as other workers in Canada, and given the evidence is clear, the use of joint worksite health and safety committees improves safety and saves lives, and given that no other jurisdiction in Canada exempts construction sites from having joint worksite health and safety committees, and given that Bill 47 will do just that, to the same minister, why have you reduced the health and safety of workers on a construction site by ensuring for many work sites there won't be a committee at all?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation has risen.
Speaker, this government took a different tone than the previous government did. We actually are here supporting Alberta jobs and all supporting Alberta job creators. The opposite side was in government. They killed 180,000 jobs before COVID-19. They drove out over $100 billion worth of investment. They laid waste to Alberta's economy. Mr. Speaker, we're going the opposite direction of all that damage they did.
The Honourable Member.
Given I just heard that the death or injury of a worker is just the price to be paid to create jobs in this province, and given that that is usual for this crew, it's not about what's doing right, it's doing what UCP donors are asking for, and given that safety and reporting requirements on employers have been reduced, given that Albertans will be entitled to less if they're injured on the job, and given that more accidents and deaths mean more claims through the WCB, to the same minister, why are you making it more likely for workers to be hurt and at the same time reducing the compensation they will receive?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, I know they're embarrassed with their track record, but they don't need to make things up. Workers always have had and still have the right to refuse unsafe work. That has not changed, Mr. Speaker. The members on the opposite side don't have any confidence in Alberta workers to do the right thing. They don't have confidence in Alberta employers to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, our government will oversee those things, but we'll work with Albertans. They kill jobs. We're going to work with them to create jobs back, and they lost a lot of them when they were in government.
The the Honourable Member for Edmonton or Calgary East is the only one with the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past several years, the addiction crisis has continued to increase a stranglehold on the people of our province. The pain and suffering causes bears an enormous burden on friends, families, and neighbours in our communities. Albertans are out of work and struggling to put food on the table, and addiction is hourly making this more difficult for so many. To the Minister, how will the transition towards recovery-oriented system of care support Albertans in moving forward from their addiction into recovery?
The Honourable Minister of Health has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. The recovery-oriented system of care is a full continuum. That includes prevention, it includes intervention, treatment, and as well recovery. We've made significant changes to get people into recovery by funding 4,000 addiction treatment spaces across the province. We're also constructing 5 recovery communities that will add another 400 long-term treatment beds, a 30% increase in capacity. And we're focused on making sure that Albertans have the support that they need to get out of addiction and into recovery, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Given that COVID-19 has put an additional strain on Albertans, and given that public health measures meant to slow the spread of COVID-19, reduce access to services, and Albertans struggling with addiction rely on, Minister, how has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the care that people with addiction receive?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COVID-19 has had a significant impact on Albertans who are struggling with and recovering from addiction. At the onset of the pandemic, public health measures meant to slow down the spread of COVID-19 led to reduced capacity in the residential treatment system. There were closures of mutual support groups. There was reduced access to AHS opioid dependency programs. And all these services are essential, ensuring that Albertans who are struggling with addiction have access to needed recovery supports. And we must protect these moving forward, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Given that people struggling with addictions have traditionally faced financial hurdles when accessing residential treatment services, and given that these financial barriers have prevented people with addiction from accessing the life-saving care they need, Minister, how will the removal of user fees for publicly funded addiction treatment beds help people with addiction access the care they need?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the first time in Alberta's history, publicly funded addiction treatment will be extended to all Albertans. Previously, under the NDP, to receive residential addiction treatment in Alberta, you had to either be receiving Alberta supports or you had to pay for treatment privately. This cost prohibited many Albertans from accessing residential addiction treatment, including students, including senior citizens, including families. Recoveries for everyone, and now everyone in this province can access the life-saving care that initiates recovery.
The member for St. Albert has a question.
Consistency and predictability. That's what the Minister of Social Services claimed was behind her decision to change AISH payments. Well now, thanks to the Auditor General, we know the real reason was because the Minister wanted to cook her books, and she simply didn't care about the disabled Albertans that would be hurt by this senseless and cruel decision. Minister, you said the change was for predictability. The AG said it was so you could fudge your books. Who's telling the truth?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General determined that the Department's accounting of AISH payments for the 2019-20 fiscal year was not in accordance with public sector accounting standards. Mr. Speaker, this was an accounting issue that resulted in the expenditure being reported in a different fiscal year from when it was accrued. This issue, Mr. Speaker, has been rectified. Mr. Speaker, further in his assessment of the Department's action, the Auditor General has been clear that the payment date did not affect the amount of benefit entitlement provided during the fiscal year.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Given that this minister was found by the Auditor General to have broken accounting rules with the date change, and given that the minister was quick to claim that they've corrected the error and the Auditor General confirmed, since this minister seems to suddenly care about addressing the problems she created, will she commit to reversing the changes of payment dates, or is she still more concerned about the look of her bottom line than she is of the lives and the well-being of disabled Albertans who have no recourse with this government?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, this government received a clean audit report on the financial statements, which indicates that the financial statements are presented fairly and accurately. And Mr. Speaker, the change in payment date by Community and Social Services has no bearing on whether there's been any untoward activity. That was simply a change that the minister chose to make, and the Auditor General weighed in and worked with us, the Alberta government, to determine appropriate treatment, Mr. Speaker. None of this is out of the ordinary.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Given that this minister has the audacity to claim that there has been no impact on AISH recipients, and given that I've heard from Albertans to whom this date change has meant everything, it means NSF charges, it means eviction notices, it means no food, it means the inability to buy a bus pass, it means a lot, it means stress. This government needs to stand up and apologize for what they've done and then put the dates back to where they were so people have room till the end of the month.
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To be clear, the actual amount of cash provided to AISH payments, or to AISH clients receiving those payments, did not change, Mr. Speaker. We do recognize that any change is difficult, and Community and Social Services caseworkers did their best to work with clients and ensure that they received appropriate notice. Mr. Speaker, prior to the change, many AISH clients would seek advice monthly as to when the payment was going to be issued. Now it is far more predictable, and Mr. Speaker, in fact, the Ministry of Community and Social Services has actually seen a decline in the number of AISH clients contacting their caseworkers to ask for emergency benefits this year.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Decore has the call.
It's been my honor to represent the people of Edmonton-Decore since 2015. It is my sworn duty to represent the issues of my constituents. This government's actions are detrimental and destructive to their lives. Recently, a constituent, Natasha, emailed me stating, quote, "Privatized health care will ruin our province." To the Minister of Health, will you listen to my constituents and stop your move to American-style health care? And if not, please explain to Natasha why you don't care about her concerns.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, none of that is true, and there's nothing Americanized about what we're doing. We're doing, actually, quite frankly, exactly what the NDP did. And throughout their 4 years, they had contracted out laundry. They had contracted out labs. We're proceeding with exactly the same type of proposals the NDP did. I'll even note that when the performance review of AHS was released in early parts of this year, it was lauded actually by the health critic of the NDP for its common sense proposals, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to work with AHS to make sure that they're a high-performing entity, and we've asked them to very slowly and carefully throughout the pandemic to proceed with only a portion of their proposals.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Decore.
Given that I also received an email from one of my constituents, Dylan, stating right-to-work legislation, quote, will negatively affect all Albertans, but especially men and women like me that are proud to work union and fight for fair wages and benefits for our hard work. And given that the UCP recently at their party AGM voted in favor of right-to-work policies, that no UCP MLA is willing to answer a question on right-to-work to the Minister of Labour. Here and now, will you listen to the people and commit to not legislating to right-to-work in Alberta? My constituents are listening.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that the honourable member is quite interested in what happens at the UCP Policy Convention. Maybe next year he'll buy himself a ticket. He's welcome to come. I know he had me at his convention once. They kept us wrapped around in ropes and wouldn't let us go anywhere, Mr. Speaker. But we'll let him go around our convention and enjoy the process, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, though, that party does their business. Our government does our business. We're focused right now on doing the work of Albertans to get them back to work. We're focused on pipelines. And so I like to close with that, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member's party is anti-pipeline. So is he anti-pipeline too? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Decore.
Well, given that the pandemic has had a significant impact on the economy and small business and families are feeling the pinch like a vice grip, and given that banks require current appraisals for mortgage renewals, even though the pandemic has cut some property values by more than half, as I've heard from my constituents, and given that one of my constituents, Harneck, stated, quote, Canadians need to get through this tough time, only government can help them survive. Otherwise, many would go bankrupt and lose their life savings. What action has this government taken to protect small businesses and homeowners, as you have the power to help these people? So when will you?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for the member opposite for highlighting the challenges to current small business owners. We recognize that many are facing challenges because of the global pandemic and the largest collapse in the global economy since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, we have introduced the Small and Medium-Sized Businesses Relaunch Grant. We have provided corporate income tax deferrals. We have provided a Workers' Compensation Board deferral and premium abatement. We have frozen education property taxes. We have offered ATB loan deferrals. We have offered utility payment deferrals and abated the tourism levy, Mr. Speaker.
I just provide some comment to the member for Edmonton-Decore. While I appreciate the fact that he endeavored to make the link between the first question and the third question, somehow representing his constituents, which I know he does a valiant effort of, the rules of the Assembly are such that the first question and the supplemental questions should have some link other than the fact that it is our job to represent our constituents. The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Albertans elected this government, they wanted to get a fair deal from Ottawa. That is why we implemented a fair deal panel this year that gave its report to the government earlier this year. The report came back with 25 recommendations, and the 15th one being that they should appoint an Alberta Chief Firearms Officer, or CFO. This Alberta-appointed CFO is desperately needed, given that many Albertans are upset with the federal government gun ban. To the Minister of Justice, given that the report was released in June of this year, can we expect an Alberta-appointed CFO?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for that very important question. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government is committed to protecting the constitutional right of all Albertans from the federal government overreach. That's why I'm very pleased to report that the Chief Firearms Office implementation team is hard at work setting up a provincial CFO office, Mr. Speaker. That office needs to be operational before looking to appoint a Chief Firearms Officer, and we consider the good work done by the member for Brooks Medicine Hat to inform the role and responsibilities of the Chief Firearms Officer.
Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that all too often the federal government takes blaming law-abiding gun owners as criminals, and given that this often leads to the creation of more paperwork, costs, headaches, and delays for lawful Alberta hunters, farmers, and sport shooters, and given that the Chief Firearms Officer was responsible for licensing, transferring, authorizations, and other day-to-day administration of the Firearms Act, to the Minister, can you please tell us how an Alberta Chief Firearms Officer would be able to make life easier for law-abiding Alberta firearms?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member once again for that important question. Mr. Speaker, a provincial chief firearms officer may have discretion in how they apply programs and rules laid down by Ottawa, and our hope is that they would show sensitivity to the unique cultures of our communities in doing so. The implementation team, Mr. Speaker, will examine new policies that fully focus on the illegal use of firearms. A good example is a planned switch to a made-in-Alberta ballistics analysis process. Right now, Mr. Speaker, there is an 8-month wait for results from the RCMP lab, and we are working so hard to protect those rights.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, given that an Alberta Chief Firearms Officer would administer regulations of Alberta firearms businesses, and given that firearms businesses are key partners in firearms safety and education, and given that firearms businesses are also partners in combating the illegal firearms trade, working with law enforcement to stop practices like straw purchasing, to the Minister, how might an Alberta Chief Firearms Officer work with the firearms businesses to promote safety and education and work with law enforcement to keep guns out of the hands of criminals?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an Alberta Chief Firearms Officer will focus on problems and solutions, not attacking lawful gun owners. Despite our disagreement with the federal government, we will work with them to eliminate the practice of straw purchases whereby an individual will legally purchase firearms to then illegally sell them. An Alberta Chief Firearms Officer would work with private business partners to develop systems for flagging these types of purchases to protect lawful gun owners in this province, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has recently made a social media post that all Albertans should agree with to support local businesses. Local businesses are the backbone of the economy and the heart of our communities. I know supporting local means that we are supporting our communities, and as the Premier had mentioned, the local businesses such as traditional bookstores are struggling to survive now more than ever. To the Minister of Finance, is there supports for local businesses such as bookstores which are struggling?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Local businesses are truly critical to the health and well-being of our local communities. In fact, small businesses make up 95% of all businesses in Alberta and employ nearly 500,000 people. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we've implemented a number of measures to assist small businesses, such as abating 1/2 of the premiums for small and medium-sized businesses relative to their WCB obligations. We've also introduced the Small and Medium-Sized Business Enterprise Relaunch Grant. Mr. Speaker, we participated in the Commercial Rent Assistance Program and the Tourism Levy abatement.
The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Given that farmers markets are a popular agritourism attraction as well as a great opportunity for farmers and local producers to be able to sell locally, and given that we need to be able to support farmers markets and local farmers as the total estimated market value was $924 million in 2016, and given that due to COVID-19, the trend for one-stop shopping has created barriers for farmers and local producers to be able to sell at markets. To the Minister of Agriculture, how can we support local farmers markets?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government recognizes the importance of farmer markets to both the agriculture sector and to Albertans. That is why at the outset of the pandemic, we declared farmers markets as an essential service, and we continue to look for ways to support them in the coming months. We will be consulting with farmers markets to see how we as a government can get out of their way. The pandemic has shown us how important local sources can be. That is why we are committed to working with farmer markets to ensure that Albertans have greater access to high-quality local products.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that supporting local businesses also means supporting our local artists in Alberta, and given that many of them have lost audiences and income because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and given that the work artists do enriches our lives, promotes creativity and innovation, which contributes to a more diversified economy, to the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women, how is the government supporting local artists?
The Honourable the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When arts thrive in our province, it is a better place to live, invest, and do business. To help artists through this difficult time, Alberta's government invested $150,000 in the Alberta Spotlight online concert series, as well as $300,000 in Alberta Culture Days, and these grants actually supported events and paid artists to work. The ministry's also created the Pivot Online Toolkit, and this helps keep artists and their artwork and patrons moving forward, and it also helps to ensure the viability of this incredible industry. These supports help foster community spirit, celebrate Alberta's unique culture, and provides paid opportunities for local artists.
Honourable members, this concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will return to member statements. The order. The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika has a statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a very important conversation happening in our province right now, and it's not the pandemic. It's the importance of diversification. The Minister of Jobs, Economy, and Innovation recently wrote an article that talked about just this. This word has been thrown around a lot, but it's one that's a key pillar in our recovery. This conversation should be nonpartisan. What does the future of Alberta's economy look like? Mr. Speaker, some people seem to miss the point of diversification of our economy. They think it's an or conversation. It is an and conversation. Alberta can still have a diversified economy and a strong energy sector. It is not about oil and gas or technology. It's about oil and gas and technology. Geothermal power, hydrogen technology, petroleum, plastic recycling, examples are everywhere. We currently have companies that are 3D printing pipeline components and ventilators for AHS. A company in Highwood has created a unique modular data centers for oil and gas companies to store data. Suncor has a partnership with Microsoft in the usage of artificial intelligence, and Imperial Oil has been a partner of the Alberta Medicine Intelligence Institute. Machine Intelligence Institute, my mistake. Mr. Speaker, diversification will not happen overnight, and it will not kill our energy sector. Albertans have never stood down from a challenge. Diversification will be difficult, but we can do it, and we are doing it now. Albertans have been embracing this for a long time, and it is time that both sides of this House see reason to embrace it as well. This cannot continue to be an or the other conversation, and rather it must be an and another conversation.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees.
The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for recognizing me. As chair of the Select Special Democratic Accountability, I am pleased to present the required copies of the committee's final report in relation to its review of citizens' initiatives and recall pursuant to Government Motion 25. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow committee members from both sides of the Assembly for their work over the past 4 months, and I would also like to acknowledge the support and expertise provided by staff from the Legislative Assembly offices, the Ministry of Justice and Solicitor General, Elections Alberta, and so many more that can't even make this list because so many people put their input into this committee. Thank you to them, and I do have the copies of the report right here.
Presenting petitions. Notices of motions. Introduction of bills.
The Honourable, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction.
Mr. Speaker, I request leave to introduce Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020. Bill 48 comes at a time when Alberta needs assurance about our support for the economy. Like all red tape reduction initiatives, this bill works towards making Alberta one of the freest, fastest-moving economies in North America. I hereby move first reading of Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020.
The Honourable, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction has moved first reading of Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2, is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Honourable members, are there tablings? The Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to table Alberta's first ever red tape reduction report. It shows we have cut 51,000 regulatory hoops and saved Albertans $476 million in compliance costs.
Honourable members, are there other tablings? Seeing none, the clerk. Oh, correction. I have a tabling this afternoon. Pursuant to Section 33(1) of the Public Interest Disclosure Whistleblower Protection Act, I have here the requisite 6 copies of the Public Interest Commissioner's 7th Annual Report for the period of April 1, 2019 through March 31st, 2020.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following document was deposited with the Office of the Clerk. On behalf of Honourable Mrs. Zahir, Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women, pursuant to the Alberta Foundation for the Arts Act, Alberta Foundation for the Arts 2019-20 Annual Report.
Honourable members, orders of the day, orders du jour.
Under public bills and orders other than government bills and orders for third reading, Bill 204, Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act, Mr. Yao.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise at third reading of my private member's bill, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. As a sponsor of this bill, I have to tell you, I really wish I'd thought of a wittier name for it. Perhaps promoting plasma research and development in the North, or diversifying Alberta's economy, or an act to securing Canada's pharmaceutical needs in the 21st century. Regardless, I'm pleased to see the progress the Assembly has made on this crucial piece of legislation. The legislation simply repeals a very partisan and one-dimensional Bill 3 from 2017, the Voluntary Blood Donations Act. That bill gave only Canadian Blood Services the ability to compensate donors for their plasma. This inhibited biopharmaceutical companies from accessing Canadians' plasma, which they need to create new breakthroughs in medicinal treatments. The problem is that there's a worldwide shortage of plasma, with only 5 of 195 nations allowing for compensation of plasma donors and thus providing the world with most of the available plasma products. Fortunately, here in Canada, we're rich, and we're the second highest purchaser per capita of these products, only behind the United States. And we purchase these products from these biopharmaceutical companies, acquired from foreign nations like Germany and the United States. The hypocrisy of the original Blood Donations Act is that the arguments were about supposed atrocities that happened in these countries in order to collect plasma. Yet at the same time, there's acceptance from the government of the time that it was okay to purchase these medicinal products from these very same countries, which are collected in these alleged unethical manners. Pure hypocrisy, and it's disappointing. What is plasma, Madam Speaker? Plasma is the amber liquid that makes about 55% of our blood volume and carries blood cells, clotting factors, proteins, antibodies, and much more. Plasma fractionation is the biomedical approach employed to make life-saving plasma products. And these plasma products have wide-ranging clinical applications from treating hemophilia to burns and immune deficiency. In Canada, Canadian Blood Services procures blood and plasma from volunteers, and that is a product that is used in our emergency rooms, our operating theaters, and in our surgical suites. The plasma that people give to these biotech companies is fractionated, screened, purified, and then manufactured more life-saving therapies. So, for instance, the products may have more albumin to treat burn and trauma patients, or more immunoglobulins for those who have immune deficiency disorders, or more clotting factors for people with bleeding disorders. Again, over 90% of the world's supply of plasma comes from the United States, Germany, Austria, Czechia, and Hungary, as these are the only nations in the world that allow for compensation to individuals for their plasma. About 50,000 Canadians rely on these plasma-based products, 8,000 in Alberta alone. And we spend about $150 million annually here provincially on these products. In 2019, there was a world shortage of these supply shortage of these life-saving therapies, which resulted in many hardships for many of these Canadians. And this year, the year of COVID, we have learned that international supply lines can be jeopardized, and we experienced shortages in things like masks and ventilators and other vital supplies. If there's one thing that we can learn from this most recent pandemic, is that nations like ours need to be more self-resilient. We need to be less dependent on foreign countries for these equipment, for these supplies, for these medications. Admittedly, there's been, some unfortunate opposition, including from Canadian Blood Services, which is disappointing because the CEO of the said company spoke very highly about these other plasma agencies in 2013 when he wrote an editorial that supported the need for companies other than Canadian Blood Services to have access to these to plasma so that they can make these medications. And when I look at the resistance, they probably think that I'm on the fair deal panel, and this was my only conclusion, and that I might look at them in that fair deal perspective, and they're right. See, what I found out is that even Canadian Blood Services, when we met with them, admitted that they're substantially more expensive than their so-called competitors, if you will. And, out of their 4,000 employees, they have over 650 individuals who are on the Sunshine List. That's a substantial number of people in this organization that make a very good dollar. And, it's disappointing that they don't purchase plasma from these companies that do get it from Canadians, as they're getting the plasma from Canadians, and these companies are collecting it in an ethical manner, and again, that's unfortunate. CBS chooses not to purchase from these local agencies. As a member of the Fair Deal panel, when I look into disparities in our relationship within Confederation, we found that there was a centralization of power within the Laurentian elites who support Ottawa-centric agencies, and CBS is a group just like that. They are an organization that is managed from Ottawa with its tendrils in other provinces. I guess the question is, could they be replaced? Could Alberta Health Services do the role of Canadian Blood Services within Alberta? The answer is yes, with some investment, of course. Could pharmacists, now here's a good one, could pharmacists procure and distribute the plasma-based medications instead of Canadian Blood Services? And the answer is yes. Why? Because they're classified as medications. And pharmacists have the ability, they just have to make sure they have the right equipment like refrigeration and whatnot. Could Alberta save money by doing this instead of CBS? If there's one thing we learned within the Fair Deal panel, is that if we're going to pay the salaries, why aren't we paying the salaries to Albertans instead of someone in Ottawa or groups in Ottawa? And, I guess the one thing that I've learned from CBS, other than their desire of self-preservation, and I have to be clear on this, is that a virtual monopoly of Canadian Blood Services does not guarantee a secure supply of plasma products in Canada. And we have over 20 years experience in this, almost 25, that they have been unable to meet the needs of Canada, never mind the world. And the number continues to drop as more medications, more developments in plasma research are being achieved. It is important to look at why we are in this debate. Albertans are reliant on the plasma-based medications and therapies to maintain their health so that they can carry on with their lives. These people have immune deficiency issues, blood disorders, and other wildly unique conditions. You see, these people have such rare conditions that in order to be heard, they have to join big umbrella groups like the Network of Rare Blood Disorder Organization or the Canadian Immunodeficiency Patient Organization. And unfortunately, the opposition chose not to consult with any of these groups, despite receiving letters. And to that effect, I do need to take this time to speak on behalf of the Canadian Hemophilia Society. A member from across the way, specifically the member from Lethbridge West, quoted that the Canadian Hemophilia Society is against my private member's bill. I have some great news, and they've written to me, as well as they've also written the member from Lethbridge West, that they have concerns about her comments because they do not reflect the national organization. They have identified that the BC chapter is an outlier, and is thus his relationship with the rest of the group has been severed. That is the group that perhaps the member from Lethbridge West should be indicating specifically. But again, not only do the Canadian Hemophilia Society members support my private member's bill, but so do their relevant related agencies from around the world. And that is good to hear, that they are open-minded in ensuring that. And I hope the member from across the way will apologize to them and get on record that she misspoke on their behalf. Now, I understand you wrote to Hansard and said that they need to change that, but I don't know if Hansard can do that sort of thing, so I'm curious to see what comes out of that. So again, that's unfortunate, such distortion of facts was provided, and that is unfortunate. And with that, though, Madam Speaker, I certainly urge all members of the Legislative Assembly, regardless of which side of the House you sit on, to support this bill. Because at the end of this day, this is a nonpartisan bill, and its focus is the health and well-being of all individuals. And I move third reading.
Thank you. Thank you. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo has moved third reading of Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for third reading? My sincere apologies. We're going to have a debate on third reading in this bill, as we do in this chamber. I am wondering if there are any members wishing to speak. The honourable member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to third reading of Bill 204, Voluntary Blood Donation Repeal Act. And I think, I'm just going to piggyback a little bit on what the member just finished saying as he was talking about some of the previous debate that we've had related to the private member bill about the member from Lethbridge, her statements were not actually interpreted correctly by the member. There was an error in which group she was talking about, and I believe that's been corrected. So what else is on Hansard, Madam Speaker? Interestingly enough, that we're on this subject, and although it doesn't specifically have to do with blood or plasma products in this particular piece of legislation, but it seems to me the member for Fort McMurray last week or the week before constituency break claimed that labor groups aspire to be a country that has been criticized for harvesting organs from prisoners in their population. And so I think that perhaps the member needs to sit and think about pointing his fingers at other people. In any event, so I'm going to move on to Bill 204. And so I think that it's important to clarify that we actually do support increasing the blood supply in Alberta so that patients are healthy. That's a pretty straightforward statement. I think we all agree. And this piece of legislation will not do that. Bill 204 will decrease the blood supply for Albertans and Canadians, allowing international companies to come to Alberta and export blood, and will just decrease control for Canadian Blood Services on that supply of blood. Now, I know the member went on and on earlier talking about, I think he just essentially reorganized the way health services are delivered in Alberta within like 2 minutes, because he figures, they can do this, yes, let's give it to that, yeah, we got there, yes, let's do that. Well, things don't operate that way, Madam Speaker. These are very complex issues. These are very serious issues with implications for people that need these products, for people that donate blood, for people that are involved in the delivery of health services. And I think for the member to stand up and wave away their importance because he doesn't think it's important is incredibly disrespectful. It's also unfathomable to me that during a pandemic, the UCP instead of focusing on the enormous challenges ahead of us and that are in front of us that I think we all are becoming increasingly aware of, their focus is on continuing to privatize different aspects of the healthcare system, and that is unfortunate. I think, I said this the last time I think I spoke to second reading of this particular piece of legislation, and I said then that the safety of Albertans, in my opinion, is more important than the interest of international pharmaceutical companies. Now, I believe after I said that during the second stage of debate of this particular piece of legislation, a UCP backbencher stood up and I think was inferring that I was talking about big pharma conspiracy theories of some kind, when in fact what we've been talking about are large multinational corporations who are, and I'm not saying that the work they do is bad. What I am saying is that they are driven, they're motivated and driven by different things than, say, Canadian Blood Services or nonprofit services or government services for that case. So I don't believe, and again, this is perhaps my opinion, I don't believe that a backbencher in the UCP should be reforming Alberta's blood system when Canadian Blood Services, who are the experts, let's be clear about that, this member is not, but who are the experts, and oppose this plan. So I certainly look forward to hearing the member's additional views on that and why he believes that he has done all of the consultation and work that he can stack up his evidence against an organization with a history like Canadian Blood Services. That being said, the existing legislation that essentially what this piece of legislation does is simply repeals. So that particular piece of legislation has only been in place for a very short time. And as I said, during second stage of debate, we've not had an opportunity actually to see the impact of that legislation. So simply to eliminate, to repeal, to get rid of it before we have accurate data or evidence to show that it is working or it is not working, the UCP or this private member certainly seems in a big hurry to repeal, to replace with, I'm not entirely sure what his vision is based on his speech a little earlier, but I would suggest that perhaps it's time to slow down and further consult and further look at the evidence as opposed to the ideology that seems to be driving this member. So we know that Bill 204 is indeed very brief, and all it does is repeal the 2017 Voluntary Blood Donation Act and authorize Cabinet to make transitional regulations arising from repeal of the 2017 Act. The 2017 Voluntary Blood Donation Act bans the purchase of blood and advertising for the purchase of blood. Actually, I thought that was a really great move, and I think, and I remember not all of that debate at the time, but a lot of the debate at the time focused on, and certainly we recognized that as Canadians, we are not sustaining our own supply. And we talked a lot about some of the reasons that was, and that this particular piece of legislation would help guide that process and encourage us to become more sustainable in this area. But again, as I said earlier, this piece of legislation simply repeals and ignores any progress or doesn't even allow the progress to continue so that we could actually get an accurate measure of what has happened and what has changed. So this particular bill, well, actually, let me skip this. I think it was actually quite interesting to, now I'm not on that committee that had an opportunity to look at this private member's bill, but for anyone interested, Hansard is available, and people can have a look at what some of the stakeholders that were present had to say at that committee. And I think that some of their comments, certainly their expertise was appreciated, but some of their comments were really important. And so I'm just going to review a couple of the things, a couple of the stakeholders. So Canadian Blood Services, who sent Dr. Scher to the committee, said that Canadian Blood Services, that this bill shouldn't pass. And they actually couldn't remain neutral on this. And I think if you look at the history, although it's not huge, but if you look at the history of Canadian Blood Services, you can see that this is not something that they take lightly, and this is not something to speak out publicly about a piece of legislation this strongly. This is not something that they do frequently. So I think that sends a message. They're rarely this blunt. They were rarely as blunt as they were at committee on the pieces of legislation. And they were very clear when they said that there were some serious flaws in this legislation. And again, I'm reminded, Madam Speaker, that this is not the first private member from that side of the House that has had an opportunity to bring their private member bill here. But I would just like to say, although I do appreciate that a committee was able to host different stakeholders to get their input, I would like to say that not all members, not all private members in this place are afforded the same opportunity, as weirdly enough, it seems that most NDP or most private member bills from this side don't ever see the light of day. Coincidence? Who knows? Doesn't seem very fair, does it? So I don't believe a backbencher should be trying to ram his piece of legislation through if it's something that the Canadian Blood Services has serious concerns about. So serious are their concerns that they showed up in a committee and said so. So I would like to know, I haven't heard an answer from, well, certainly the minister hasn't spoken when I've been in the chamber to hear it, and I haven't heard it from the private member. But is the Minister of Health, and this is a question we should ask ourselves, is the Minister of Health truly in support of this piece of legislation? I recognize that the Minister of Health has a rough history of consulting, but does he actually think this is a good idea? Bloodwatch, who is another stakeholder, the sponsor actually of Bill 204. Now they've been called, a number of different names, but I think they were even confused. I believe this was the group that was even confused about whether or not this piece of legislation included blood and plasma products. So I would suggest that if the stakeholders that were invited to make presentations to a committee tasked with reviewing the private member's bill, if they were confused and didn't understand, I would suggest that that would give sufficient.
Are there any other members wishing to join the debate on Bill 204 and third reading? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an absolute honour to rise to speak to this bill, and also because of the member who's sponsoring it. I can think of no one better, Madam Speaker, to sponsor this bill than a former frontline healthcare worker, someone who is a professional expert, to an absolute hero in this field, to have them step forward and sponsor this bill, Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. Madam Speaker, I am quite, I just can't wrap my head around why this has become, it's seemingly, in this House, palpably controversial among the 87 members, not on the government side. It seems, Madam Speaker, always through you to everyone, on the opposition side of this House. Now, this is a member who has committed his career to public service, first on the front lines as a paramedic, I believe, and then as well as the terrific MLA for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo. I have such immense respect for him, his character, his conviction, and his commitment to do the best for his constituents and Albertans. Madam Speaker, we also share, another reason I'm passionate about this bill and supporting this great member that is sponsoring this incredible bill, we share many linkages, including our family linkages. We both have Japanese family members, and he, of course, sharing Japanese ancestry. And I look forward, once we're through the pandemic, Madam Speaker, for myself and the member for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, to get our Japanese families together for tea. With that, today I rise, Madam Speaker, in support of Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. I would again like to thank my colleague from Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, for bringing forward a very important piece of legislation impacting the plasma supply for Albertan and Canadian patients. This again should not be controversial, Madam Speaker. It is the responsibility of government to ensure the safety and well-being of its citizens. This ranges from making sure that drivers who are on the road know what they are doing, to indeed monitoring our health system to ensure that Canadians and Albertans have access to enough vital and life-saving medical supplies. In 2017, the NDP passed Bill 3, the Voluntary Blood Donations Act. This bill had a direct impact on the options for plasma collection in Alberta. The Voluntary Blood Donations Act banned everyone except for Canadian Blood Services from compensating plasma donations. Monopoly. Go figure, Madam Speaker. Looking at the numbers, Canadian Blood Services and HEMA Quebec account for only 16.7% of the plasma required to meet the demands of Canadians. Only 16.7%. The rest is imported from international sources, including the United States, Madam Speaker, and we know what the opposition thinks of the United States, and everything that's Americanized is always a negative connotation with their ideology that's so rife in anti-Americanism, including the United States, a nation that pays donors, Madam Speaker. The issue with this is that if there is a disruption to the supply, both in America and globally, Canadian patients will be left in a vulnerable position. I understand where the member for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, is going on this, Madam Speaker. It is important to note that no country in Europe or North America has met their own domestic demand through solely uncompensated donations. When we allow for compensated donations, not only are we able to increase Canadian plasma products in the global supply chain, but we are also able to do so more efficiently. Increase capacity here at home and reduce capacity, including the American supply. You think everyone in this House, when they consider anything Americanized means negative, they would support this, Madam Speaker. Now, why is this important? Why it is important that we have a stable plasma supply both domestically and globally? The answer is simple: because it saves lives. Madam Speaker, the most valuable thing we have is life itself. Plasma is used to treat trauma, burn, and shock patients, as some of the components help with blood clotting. Moreover, leukemia and other cancer patients may receive multiple plasma transfusions in the course of their treatments. If the plasma supply line is interrupted, we are putting the lives of many at risk. This is why patient groups support, again, patient groups support Bill 204 and advocate for measures to increase the reliability of supply for their life-saving therapies. Again, this is patient-centered, Madam Speaker. John Boyle, the president of the Immune Deficiency Foundation, stated that, quote, recognizing plasma donors for the heroes they are and to educate the public on the need for more donations is important, end quote. We cannot continue with the status quo, Madam Speaker, because it hasn't been working. By compensating donors, we are creating an additional incentive that will lead more individuals to give their plasma. This is something, through you, Madam Speaker, the NDP opposition can learn so much from. So much of life, including creating the best system, in this case plasma blood delivery, is based on incentives. You need to create the right incentive structure, and I think compensating donors will do that. The Immune Deficiency Foundation are not the only ones that voiced strong support for Bill 204. The Network of Rare Blood Disorder Organization, or NRBDO, is a pan-Canadian coalition of not-for-profit organizations that represent individuals with rare blood disorders and people with chronic conditions. I would like to share a quote from the NRBDO. Quote, it is the position of the NRBDO that no evidence of safety risks and no evidence of threats to the voluntary collection of blood, compensated collection of plasma, can help with the global and Canadian plasma supply shortage. Helping patients can access plasma-derived medical products when they need them, end quote. Compensating for plasma would not threaten Canada's strong, voluntary, whole blood collection system, Madam Speaker. Now, I know, as we've been having this debate, I know that critics may try and claim that there is a potential of transmitted diseases through plasma products when we are incentivizing donation. However, there have been no, I want to repeat, on Hansard, however, there have been no confirmed cases of hepatitis HIV transmitted through plasma-derived products in over 2 decades. And the screening process remains absolutely thorough. While this process must be regulated to ensure the safety of everyone involved, the government should not be limiting Alberta's ability to pursue an untapped market simply because of ill-founded concerns, truly ill-founded concerns, Madam Speaker, over public safety. Now, according to Dr. Peter Jaworski, a Canadian professor teaching at Georgetown University, global demand for plasma will increase by 6 to 10% roughly each year for the foreseeable future, with numbers only expected to increase even more with an immense reliance on non-remunerated blood donations already. With a mere 5% of the world's population responsible for more than half of all plasma, wow, that is quite a statistic, Madam Speaker. With a mere 5% of the world's population responsible for more than half of all plasma collected globally, shortages will continue to occur, running up healthcare costs and leaving our patients vulnerable to supply disruptions. Dr. Jaworski argues that relying predominantly on 5 countries, just 5 countries, Germany, Austria, Hungary, the Czech Republic, and wait for it, oh, this one might get the House all riled up on the opposition side, the United States. Oh, we can't rely on the United States. Of the world's total plasma supply is what inflates cost and sabotages those who need access immediately. These are the facts, and quite frankly, Madam Speaker, they cannot be ignored. The member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo knows that, as does everyone on the government side. I hope the opposition, through you, Madam Speaker, will hear this. These are facts, and they cannot be ignored. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Pleasure to rise to speak in debate once again on Bill 204, put forward by member from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. The bill is pretty brief, Madam Speaker. It simply repeals the 2017 Volunteer Blood Donation Act, and I've been interested in listening to debate this afternoon, particularly in some of the comments made by members opposite from the government side, talking about their vision and the dichotomy that we see in this House quite often is once again very clear in terms of how the government seems to think that anything that is a publicly motivated plan is somehow wrong, and if something seems to be in need of revision or support, then it should be handed over to the private sector, and that's the be-all, end-all, it seems to be in the minds of the government members. And once again, it's the type of thinking that we see here in the Bill 204. The 2017 Voluntary Blood Donation Act banned the purchase of blood and advertising for the purchase of blood. It provided exemptions for Canadian Blood Services and for research purposes and for persons specified by regulation. Now, Madam Speaker, many members of this House, if they are able to, donate blood on a regular basis, probably not every 56 days as one is capable of doing as a male, a little bit longer for females, myself included. I think I've donated about 38 times, but that doesn't mean that system is a failure, Madam Speaker. It means that it needs to be supported, and that was what Bill 2 04 is attacking is the support that was given through the 2017 Voluntary Blood Donation Act, which banned the purchase of blood. And one of the things that one should be asking, Madam Speaker, is who in fact sells their blood? Where are the donors coming from in countries which supply so much of the plasma worldwide? Well, of course, Madam Speaker, in previous debate we've heard that it's marginalized people who are selling their blood. So it's rather an exploitative system where marginalized people will use the sale of their own blood as a means of raising revenue to support themselves. And you can see evidence of this in border communities in Texas bordering Mexico, where you see large volumes of blood donors coming from across the Mexican border. The stable, efficient supply of plasma, as mentioned by members opposite in recent debate today, I ask, stable and efficient for whom? Because, as mentioned also by members of government opposite, they suggested it was a government responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of its citizens. Now, is that accomplished, I ask, by exporting plasma to Germany to supply a Chinese-owned fractionation company? Because that's exactly what happens, Madam Speaker, with the blood that is generated and would be generated by this particular change allowing private paid donations. That blood would end up going overseas to supply a German fractionation company, which is now, or German-located fractionation company, which is owned by a Chinese multinational. So, indeed, Madam Speaker, the issue is not, in looking at our plasma supply line, is not that the public system has failed. It just has not been supported properly. And as I mentioned in debate earlier, one of the things that we should be doing in this country as far as our curriculum is concerned is to talk about the responsibility of our citizens to supply that plasma to each other. Now, the United Conservative Party government, their logic is to incentivize everything with dollars, with money. In other words, people should be prodded and bribed into supplying plasma by paying for it, by compensating them, rather than considering it as a public duty or a collective responsibility. And that's the way that I believe our blood collection system should operate. And if indeed the Canadian public was aware, as they should be, they would be much more inclined to satisfy the need for Canadian plasma. The members opposite and government side suggest that that would never happen, that it's because globally the suppliers of plasma are by and large paid sources, that's the only way it'll ever work. Well, I can contest that notion, Madam Speaker, and to condemn the public donor collection system simply because there are some issues with it and because it needs to work and it needs a greater level of awareness is a wrong way to go, but it's the way that the government side always seems to go with respect to our health care. I wonder what's next as far as the incentivization of the Canadian public and our healthcare system. Should we, with respect to our current pandemic, as a matter of getting people to wear masks, should we pay them $1 a day to wear a mask? Is that the way that we should get people to look at the value of protecting each other in our healthcare system? Or should we rely upon our sense of collective responsibility and duty to one another as members of the public? Should we perhaps pay somebody $50 a day to isolate if they've come into contact with somebody who's got COVID-19? Is that what we should do to encourage a responsible reaction to a public pandemic that we face right now? That's that type of logic that one would follow if indeed you've carried it through from the reliance upon the incentivization by dollars, by money, that the UCP seems to think is the only way we can get Canadians to provide enough plasma for their own uses, as well as perhaps to supply an export market. simply because the paid market, the compensated market, is what supplies most of the world, most of the product right now, does not mean that is the only way it could work. There are other means and other options, and I suggest that the public system of collections and the donation of your own plasma is something that is necessary in this country for the long-term safety of supply of our own plasma. The concerns over public safety are something that everybody wants to address, but right now, of course, we do need more public donations, as we're not meeting the demand, but I don't think Canadians are aware of it. And, you know, if we need instilled in folks the need at an early age as a public duty to donate blood on a regular basis, we would more than satisfy our needs. And the need to compensate or incentivize individuals by paying them to donate blood would not be there. And I hesitate to think what would be next on the list for the government members to support in terms of incentivizing public safety, public health measures, particularly in the time that we live in right now with respect to COVID-19. So if indeed you want to have somebody isolate in your house, would you pay for them? Would there be a subsidy to a landlord who would get together a COVID-19 house? What other means of paying people would you investigate for protecting one another as a matter of incentivizing them? You know, as I mentioned, wearing masks. I shudder to think where the UCP would go down that road. The supply chain is something that we really need to think about, Madam Speaker, when it comes to plasma, especially now in the time of pandemic that we face, where numbers are rising exponentially. And here we find ourselves relying upon foreign sources of plasma. And we've known for 8-9 months now, Madam Speaker, how sketchy those supply lines can be. And for something as essential as plasma, the current UCP government is suggesting that we should continue our reliance on foreign supply. And that's something that I believe that is totally contrary to the logic. Now, the supply chain that we have in place relies upon American compensated blood. The UCP wants to add Canadian compensated blood into that supply chain, but what happens to it? It gets exported.
There, any other members wishing to join debates? The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here today. I want to thank the member for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, for bringing forward this legislation that we're debating in third reading here this afternoon. And it's my sincere pleasure to be able to speak in favor of Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. Now, this is an act that will remove yet another change made by the opposition when they were in government. Their bill prohibited financial incentives to a donor who was providing a life-saving plasma in a situation and at a time when there was already a very low supply of plasma in Canada. And so Albertans, we know that they care about their fellow citizens, and that they, when they can, want to give back to their fellow citizens. And so, Madam Speaker, this plasma donation bill is an important bill to move forward on. And we know that blood plasma donation is much more involved than regular blood donation, and it can actually take up to 2 hours. And so asking somebody to donate that amount of time for blood plasma, that's a significant time that is often hard to find in people's lives. So encouraging them to be able to do that is important. Now, between the Canadian Blood Services and HEMA Quebec, we know that only about 16.7% of plasma demands in Canada are actually being met. That means, Madam Speaker, that 83.3% of the blood plasma that's used in this country is imported. It's imported from other countries. And that leaves us in a precarious situation at times, Madam Speaker. This simply is unacceptable for our nation, which is a worldwide leader in many areas of healthcare. And this situation has left patients vulnerable, and we can do better than that. Now, the point is not to blame the national average on the decision-making of any one particular government, but rather it's to point out and to show how Albertans can be leaders in this area. And repealing this restrictive act will allow further opportunities to incentivize current and future donors to donate to our country's blood and plasma lifeline. Now, contributing to global plasma supplies will also protect our patients from potential shortages due to changes in other countries that we are currently dependent on. And so it's important for us to increase and to deal with the issue that we have here in Canada so that we're not at the mercy of foreign issues that may come up in other countries' blood and plasma supplies. Now, Alberta, and more broadly in Canada, we should be contributing more plasma to the global supply. And by making it possible to once again incentivize plasma donation, this will help to ensure that Canadian patients are less vulnerable to those supply shocks. And this is not a matter of partisanship or not really even an economic debate. This is about looking after ourselves and after our neighbors. This is the way we do things in Canada. This is the way we do things in Alberta, where we do take practical steps to take care of the people that we live in community with. One of the main criticisms of this bill, Madam Speaker, is the risk of safety to donors or to the recipients of blood plasma supplies by increasing the amount of donations. And this is simply just not the case, Madam Speaker. There have been 0 confirmed cases of disease transmitted through plasma in over 20 years. So at the same time, donors will continue to receive the same excellent care from donor clinics, abiding by all of the health and the safety standards. And so this criticism that this is not a safe process to move forward with, the numbers just aren't there, Madam Speaker. And so Bill 204 is also going to allow for the potential for compensation. And hopefully, we believe that this will increase plasma donations, given that the longer time that it takes to donate, we believe that this is an appropriate course of action. And that this compensation will not cancel out current health protocols. The bill in no way decreases our very high standards where it comes to the ensuring that the donations are safe for those who need them. And in addition, donors will still be screened every time they go to a donor clinic to ensure the highest standards of patient safety. So this screening is not new. It's been done for decades. And now to protect the health and the well-being of donors, and all donors will still have to abide by the 7-day wait period between plasma donations. So what we have here is a bill that is going to incentivize blood plasma donation while maintaining the high standards that we have in this province for all blood and plasma donations. Our province and our country cannot continue with the current system for collecting plasma. We have not been able to meet our needs and our own demands through voluntary, uncompensated donations of blood and blood plasma. And again, as a country that serves as a world leader in healthcare, we must set a better example, especially with our supply of plasma. Diversifying the sources of global plasma supply will benefit not only the world, but our Canadian patients as well, that require the life-saving properties of this extremely valuable resource. And so it gives me a great deal of pleasure to be able to stand up and speak today in favor of Private Member's Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act, and again, through you, to the member of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, Thank you for this well-thought-out and very meaningful piece of legislation. Thank you, sir.
Other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to stress that we support increasing the blood supply here in Alberta so that patients can be healthy. And my concern is that this particular bill is not going to do exactly that, which is going to be focused on the health of Albertans themselves. And I think that several of the members on this side of the House, particularly the member from Edmonton-McClung who had just spoke, that our main concern is the fact that people who are marginalized within our society, and this is something that you know, I've stressed in this House multiple times. You know, we understand that the members on the opposite side of this House, they believe completely in supply and demand, as we do. It's the nature of the capitalist system. It's the way that things work in our economy. But we cannot forget that with supply and demand, there are individuals within our society who are priced out of that negotiation. Because that's essentially what it is. It's people negotiating the price of goods and services within our economy. Now, naturally speaking, if people are being priced out of that process, then these people are going without. And it's been the long-time belief of myself, as well as many other members within this House, is that when it comes to specifically education, healthcare, housing, and other important public services, that the government must intervene and provide options for these individuals that are priced out of the system. Now, unfortunately, under the current government that we have in power to this day and here in the province of Alberta, they don't seem to care very much about these individuals who are marginalized. We just finished hearing about how the simple move of the date change and when AISH recipients were to receive their monthly funding from the AISH program devastatingly affected these very people. And we're talking about thousands of people that live here in the province of Alberta, Madam Chair, or pardon me, Madam Speaker. And this is the primary group that when I get up into this House, when I get in this House, and I get up to speak in this House, that I choose not to ignore. Now, don't get me wrong, they're not all Albertans. And I completely agree that we need to focus on a very well-balanced and holistic perspective when we are applying the law and creating new laws here, because, as it is our responsibility within this House. And I understand that we need to take into perspective the majority of the stakeholders when it comes to the issues that come forward within this House. But we cannot continue to ignore the most marginalized within our economic system. Those very individuals that I just finished expressing are priced out of the process of supply and demand. Because they're Albertans too. And my opinion, based on comments that I've heard within this House from members on the other side, is that somehow these people are less Albertan. That we should have some kind of two-tier system when it comes to our health care, which is exactly what this government is actually advocating for. To privatize our health care system, and in essence, with this bill as well, to privatize this whole process of the donation of blood here in the province of Alberta. My concern being, of course, is that where we see this being applied in other jurisdictions, you see a lot of people from Black populations, from Latino populations, all over the United States, then going in to sell their blood. And Because if you can't sell your labor, then what else are you going to sell, Madam Speaker? Thank you very much. I wanted to call her chair again. I don't know, because most of the time we see the honorable member sitting in the chair during committee, and I'm just stuck on committee mode. Pardon me, Madam Speaker. With much respect, and I offer you the apology. So, Madam Speaker, as I continue to state, this is my really and primary concern, because we already see that we have marginalized people within the province of Alberta, right? Specifically, Indigenous populations. We see people in rural. One of the things that, and I'll admit this, before being elected, I did have connections with several rural communities. But the deeply held secret of so many rural communities were the amount of people within these rural communities who are actually homeless.
But according to Standing Order 87A sub 3, which provides up to 5 minutes for the response, or for the sponsor of a private member's bill to close debate, I would now invite the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, to close debate on Bill 204.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. As the debate on my private member's bill comes to a close, I believe that the majority of the House understands this bill. They understand the benefits to Albertans and Canadians, and they understand the long-term objectives that will enhance our society and economy. By simply repealing Bill 3 from 2017, we're sending a message. The message is that Alberta wants to participate in the research and innovation that is going on in the biopharmaceutical sector. We also want to contribute positively to an international issue that is a scarcity of plasma-based pharmaceuticals. Ultimately, it's about the patients, the Albertans, the Canadians, one might say the people from all over the world who need this product. They need the help of medical advances like those that they're showing in this biopharmaceutical field with this product, plasma. With 5 of 195 countries in the world providing 90% of the available plasma to make these life-saving products, we need to do our part. Yes, we're the second highest purchaser per capita of these pharmaceuticals, so maybe as Canadians, our access isn't an issue because we're a wealthy nation. But what about the people in the rest of the world? Can we help them by contributing to the international supply? The opposition to my bill is unfortunate, hypocritical, and ultimately shallow. With arguments that stem from the tainted blood scandal of the 80s, purely for issues related to organized labor, demonstrated by demonization and slander through the different social mediums, ultimately signifying nothing, and the truth prevailed through the masses to those that were listening with open minds. If the opposition were true to the morals that they preach, then the original Bill 3 would have banned these plasma-based pharmaceuticals that our Alberta Healthcare Insurance Plan purchases from these international biopharmaceutical companies that they denigrate. There's a pragmatic acceptance that we need to work with these companies that are currently located in places like the United States and Germany, and perhaps invite them to work with our hospitals and universities in finding cures for people of the world. Health Canada has provided much in the way of documented factual information for Canadians, and it's comforting to know that the federal institution like that does not bend to political partisan influences, only providing a strong, science-based argument with factual information in the name of health. The expert panel on immune globulins, product supply and related impacts in Canada from 2018 certainly objectively assessed this situation and found concerns around the safety of plasma-based products, whether by chartered or public agencies, were unfounded. I'd like to give thanks to these advocates of these life-saving therapies. Sylvia Marchison belongs to the Network of Rare Blood Disorders, a coalition of not-for-profits representing people with rare blood disorders or conditions who are recipients of blood products or their alternatives. Kate Vandermeer works for Plasma for All, advocates for reliable access to plasma-derived medications for patients everywhere, and Whitney Goldstone, who supports the Canadian immunodeficiency patients who provide advocacy, support, and education for all immunodeficient patients in Canada. Because of the research and innovation in medical science invested in and performed by the international biopharmaceutical companies, these people have a hope. I'd also like to thank Dr. Peter Jaworski, an ethics professor from Georgetown University. He's a Canadian boy with Polish roots and now calls the United States home. I want to thank him and his students for all the research and their pragmatic approach to this ethical dilemma that is our bodies and how we manage them in the 21st century. And a big thanks to Georgetown University, who in this age of wokeness, in this age of revelation that has resulted in suppression of debate and speech, has allowed one of their professors to go down this difficult path and come forward with facts that counter the current logic as dictated by the UN. This is refreshing. Again, my inspirations for being here are two good friends who passed away because they were denied timely medical treatments that were available only in the United States. Michael Jean died at the age of 24 due to lymphoma. Bo Cooper, who was first diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia at the age of 20, finally succumbed to this horrible disease at the age of 27. Both of these young men, my friends, were reliant on tests and treatments only available in the United States. I want these companies to be making these life-saving products here in Canada. I want Canada to be a leader in providing these life-saving products to the world. And with that, I'm asking for all members of this 30th legislature to support my private member's bill and support science, innovation, and health. And I thank everyone, and with that, I move third reading of Private Member's Bill 204. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, members, all those in favor of the motion for third reading of Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act, as proposed by the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Division has been called on Bill 204, the Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act. All those in favor, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, Ms. Isaac, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Scow, Mr. Rosewell, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Amory, Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Copping, Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mrs. Allard, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Walker, Mr. Yao, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Milliken, Mr. Getson, Mr. Reid. Mr. Orr, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Singh, and Mr. Steffan.
That's impressive. Half a face all moved around. My apologies. All those opposed, please stand.
Member Loyola, Ms. Renault, Member Phillips, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Dack.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion, 28. Total against, 5.
Honourable members, that is carried.
Bill 204, Voluntary Blood Donations Repeal Act, is now read a third time. Under public bills and orders other than government bills and orders for second reading, Bill 205, Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act, Mr. Singh.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to move second reading of Bill 205, the Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act. It is undisputable that we are privileged to be living in a multicultural and diverse nation, the chosen home to people of different faiths and ethnic communities. And mostly, it is because the security, peace, and foresight of progress have made them choose to live in this land. Now, with this diverse composition of our communities, we cannot hide the fact that there are numerous members from some communities that have been genocide victims, survivors, or their descendants. The purpose of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to provide commemoration to the victims who have suffered and gave up their lives as a result of these genocides. Also, this bill seeks to spread awareness, particularly to future generations, about what had happened in the past, so that they will be prevented in the future. And by this bill, the month of April each year will be designated as the period of Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation, and Prevention Month. Bill 205, Madam Speaker, acknowledges all the genocide that have been recognized by the Government of Alberta and the Parliament of Canada, including the Jewish Holocaust, the Ukrainian Holodomor, the Rwandan genocide, the Armenian genocide, the Yazidis genocide, Srebrenica genocide, and Rohingya genocide. In April of 2015, the House of Commons unanimously passed a motion, the M587, with the same purpose as this bill. Also, a similar bill is under consideration at the Legislative Assembly of Ontario. In fact, Madam Speaker, Alberta legislature have passed in November 2000 the Holocaust Memorial Day and Genocide Remembrance Act, and in November 2008, the Ukrainian Famine and Genocide Holodomor Memorial Day Act. I want to note that over the summer, the House of Commons unanimously voted to recognize the Romani genocide. The Romani genocide was perpetrated by the Nazi and involved the murder of over 500,000 Romani people. Unfortunately, I had signed off on the final text of my bill at the time, and the Romani genocide has not been included. However, the wording of this bill, Section 3 in particular, is not limiting as to what genocide to remember and condemn. This shows that debate on genocide recognition are ongoing. More importantly, it shows that these are not closed issues and that some genocides may still be perpetuated today and in the future. In my view, this reality makes Bill 205 more, not less, relevant and necessary. By this bill, Madam Speaker, we restate our firm message expressing disapproval to inhumane acts, racial discrimination, and hatred in our country and the world. Nevertheless, Bill 205 neither seek division or go against the authorities or to the members in those countries where genocides happen, but rather focuses on spreading awareness and prevention of future genocides and to remember the lives of the victims. A survey in September 2018 conducted by a New York City-based Sean Consulting to 1,100 Canadians indicated 22% of respondents between 18 and 34 old were unaware or unsure if they had heard of the Holocaust. According to Heidi Berger, professor of communications at Montreal's Concordia University and head of the Foundation for Genocide Education, says that education is the answer. In one of the articles of Dr. Alon Ben-Meir, a professor and senior fellow at New York University Center for Global Affairs and senior fellow at the Old Policy Institute, he mentioned that, and I quote, "The fact that the current young generation is becoming increasingly less aware of genocide that occurred even 2 decades ago is extremely worrying," end of the quote. He goes on and stated that 81% of the 800 students from 15 schools in Britain could not name any genocide that occurred since the Holocaust. The UNESCO put forward the significance of teaching about the past genocides, which was laid out under UN General Assembly Resolution 60-7 in 2005, UNESCO General Conference Resolution 24C61 in 2007 on Holocaust remembrance. They had indicated that it can play a key role in preventing genocide by providing a forum to address past violence while promoting the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that can help prevent current-day group-targeted violence. And in Quebec, in the fall of last year, a pilot project was launched to have a universal teaching guide on genocide in selected schools. Madam Speaker, in the online poll commissioned by Jack Jedwab, president of the Association for Canadian Studies, more than 53% of Quebecers said they did not learn in school that roughly 6 million European Jews were murdered by the Nazis during the Second World War, while the Canadian average is 35%. Moreover, according to BNI, Bureau Canada, anti-Semitic incidents rose roughly 17% between 2017 and 2018 across Canada. So with this saddening numbers, spreading of information about genocide, Madam Speaker, is really important. The resulting product would be the promotion of continuous peace and reinforces one's sense of acceptance. It also promotes the empowerment of the protection of human rights. What is troubling is that there were some genocide that had happened in just recent years. Innovation and modernization cannot prevent it from happening, but we can use this as a tool to provide better knowledge about the historical atrocities. If this bill will pass, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that it will pave the way for increasing genocide awareness in Alberta. Before I end, let me express my view on the residential school system and the issue on the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission final report explained that residential schools amounted to cultural genocide. However, cultural genocide is not within the scope of this bill. Bill 205 is based on the definition of genocide as found in Article 2 of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. I share the Premier's recognition that the residential school system was fundamentally racist in its nature and was an official policy of the Government of Canada, supported as well by the Government of Alberta, other provincial governments, and institutions of civil society. And the racism that lies in the heart of the residential schools continue to echo through the Indigenous communities to our own time. Our government is taking concrete action to address racism and to removing barriers to prosperity for Indigenous people. Initiatives like the Alberta Indigenous Corporations and work to modernize the Police Act demonstrate our commitment to meaningful reconciliation and to empower Indigenous communities so we can be partners in prosperity. I believe the residential school system is a dark part of our history that needs to be remembered so it is not repeated. We currently observe June as Indigenous History Month, which includes highlighting the history of residential schools. Further, June 21st is celebrated as National Indigenous Peoples Day. Again, this is an opportunity to learn about the heritage, culture, and achievements of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. On the other hand, the government is taking the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women seriously. The Minister of Indigenous Relations personally attended and received the National Inquiry's final report. Also, the government established the Alberta Joint Working Group on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls to provide advice.
Is there any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and offer a few comments on Bill 205, the Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation, and Prevention Month Act. I want to thank my colleague from Calgary for presenting this bill, and I do want to just touch on the definition of genocide that he mentioned in his comments. He referred to the definition of genocide that was used to inform this bill, and yet it's interesting to me that that definition of genocide is not actually written into this bill. And I think a number of my colleagues will have a number of things to say on that point, Madam Speaker, but it's fair to say that if there is a specific definition of genocide that the members opposite wish to use when deciding how we recognize that term and recognize those events here in the province of Alberta, then I think it's incumbent upon the members opposite to actually include that definition in the bill. And I look forward to my colleagues fleshing out that idea much more completely than I will in my comments today. One of the things that struck me as I read through the bill and heard my colleague from Calgary talk about this piece of legislation is the fact that there are a number of communities whose members have been victims or families have been victims of genocide around the world. And in fact, this bill sets out a few examples, and I don't think it intends to limit itself to just these examples that are listed in the bill. However, it's interesting to me that in his remarks, the member from Calgary stated that we have acts of the legislature here in Alberta that formally recognize the Holocaust and formally recognize the Ukrainian Holodomor. And I have spoken to members of these other communities that are listed in this particular bill, certainly members of the Armenian community, members of the Rwandan community, and the Yazidi and Rohingya communities have spoken to me at various times and asked for these acts of genocide to be remembered by their own statutes here in Alberta. And so I will express that call to the members opposite, the government of the day, that if This government is genuinely committed to remembering acts of genocide and wants to educate the people of Alberta about what has happened to these communities throughout history, then I would suggest that this bill doesn't go far enough. And I would encourage members opposite to bring forward acts of legislature that recognize each of these historical events individually. I don't think that we lose anything by bringing the Alberta legislature's attention specifically to the Armenian genocide, or specifically to the Rwandan genocide, or specifically to the Srebrenica massacre, or specifically to the Yazidi genocide, or specifically to the Rohingya genocide. And my fear is that by including all of these acts, these historical travesties, in one piece of legislation, that we perhaps lose some of the context and historical underpinnings of what happened to these communities in each of these individual cases. So I will summarize that point by saying that if the government is genuinely committed to making sure that Albertans understand the horrors of these historical acts and want Albertans to remember them, then they should take the time to bring forward individual acts of legislation so that each of these communities has their moment of remembrance. I think it's also really important to remember that Canada is not blameless in a lot of these acts, that we knew that these things were happening and we didn't do enough to prevent them. That's certainly true of the Holocaust. It was 2 or 3 years ago, I think, that Prime Minister Trudeau stood up in the legislature and offered a formal apology to the passengers of the ship called the St. Louis that carried about 250 Jewish refugees from continental Europe. They were denied access to our country because the immigration policy of our country at that time was that accepting no Jews was too many. And when we denied those passengers of the MS St. Louis a safe haven here in our country, they were eventually turned back to continental Europe, where many of them perished in the Holocaust. And it's not that we didn't know. We knew full well that the Hitler regime was systematically slaughtering the Jewish people, and yet we actively turned these people away from our shores, and we directly contributed to their deaths when we could have saved their lives. There's a particular story that's of importance to me, Madam Speaker, because I'm a graduate of the Queen's Chemistry program. We benefited a lot in the chemistry department from the philanthropy of a man named Alfred Bader. Alfred Bader was a prominent Canadian industrialist who was a Jew, European Jew, who ended up going to Queen's because he was kicked out of Great Britain for fear of being a spy during World War II. It's interesting to note that Winston Churchill, the great battler of Nazis, kicked Jews out of his own country because he thought that they were spies. They ended up coming to here. Alfred Bader was one of them. He was 16 years old. Alfred Bader ended up being accepted into Canada, miracle of miracles, and was turned away from his original choice of universities, McGill University, because McGill, in their opinion, already had enough Jews at their school and they didn't want any more. So thankfully, the good people at Queen's University accepted Alfred Bader when no other university, including McGill, would accept him because of his Jewish faith. And he never forgot that kindness and donated millions and millions of dollars once he became a successful entrepreneur and industrialist. And the chemistry students at the University of Queen's still benefit from his largesse. But my point remains, Madam Speaker, that in remembering these acts of genocide, it is incumbent upon all of us to remember that Canada is not blameless and that we are responsible for the deaths of many of those who perished in the Holocaust because we failed to act. It's also true of the Rwandan genocide. You know, I was a young man when news of what was happening in Rwanda was in all of the coverage here in Canada. Many years ago, I happened to read General Romeo Dallaire's book, Shake Hands with the Devil. That was an incredibly sobering reflection upon Canada's failure to act in preventing the Rwandan genocide. And so I hope, I urge all members of the House, if they haven't had the chance to read that book, to please do so. Because Romeo Dallaire, General Dallaire in that book outlines a number of ways that Canada and the rest of the international community failed the people of Rwanda. And had we acted properly, we could have prevented hundreds of thousands of deaths. I'm certain of that, Madam Speaker. And so I urge all members in considering when they consider how they vote on this bill, that they take a moment to remember that Canada has failed in the past to adequately act to prevent these acts of genocide when we had the power to do so. Now, it's encouraging to me that this piece of legislation does include a requirement for the minister to file a report annually in front of the legislature to discuss the things that we've learned about genocide and what we could do differently. I certainly...
Any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 205? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary-Glenmore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 205, the Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act. And this is an important bill. I'll just start with some personal anecdotes relating to this. Years ago, when I was a student in university, I participated in Model UN. And I was fortunate to be able to participate in a national Model UN held at the ICAO building in Montreal. And I went as a delegate for Pakistan, and the delegate from Turkey, his wife went into labor, and so he could no longer sit in the Model UN, and so they called upon me to come in and represent Turkey at this Model United Nations. And I thought, okay, well, I know a little bit about Turkey. I think I can handle that. At any rate, a couple of days in, there was a group of students who approached me in the hallway, and they were Armenian. And they wanted to let me know about the Armenian genocide and how important it was that it be recognized. And I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, at that point, third year university, I did not know about the Armenian genocide. How could that have possibly happened? The consul from Turkey had me up to his office after that and convinced me that, well, there's nothing to see here. And I was pretty confused. What was all this about the Armenian genocide? Again, had not been educated about the Armenian genocide. Little did I know that a few years after that, just a few years, I would meet a man that I ended up marrying who is Assyrian. And he told me about the Assyrian genocide that happened within the same context as the Armenian genocide and the Pontian and Anatolian Greek genocide. 275,000 Assyrian people were murdered, and that's the numbers that were reported at the Treaty of Lausanne by the Assyrian delegation. And I can tell you personally, the effect that it's had on my husband and his family. They have all fled Turkey now. They're scattered around the world, as many survivors of many genocides do. They were fortunate. Many landed in Sweden and Germany as refugees. There are many here in Canada, many in the United States, but all scattered around the world. And it has an effect on families, and it has an effect for many generations, and we know that. Today, we're fortunate, my husband and I have many Armenian friends, who share many of the same stories. I want to talk to you a little bit about my husband's close friend who passed a few years ago. He was a survivor of the Holocaust. He and his family survived because they were able to run. And I remember him telling me stories of how they fled, how they hid in a graveyard one time for a number of days in the cold with nothing to eat, barely any clothing, how he buried his mother along the way, and how he ended up in Siberia. And he survived the Holocaust. But we know that 6 million other Jewish people did not survive the Holocaust. And so we know that many of us were educated in the facts around the Holocaust, but I know, like many, we wonder, how on earth could that have happened? How on earth could it have happened? I'm going to come back to that in a minute. I'm still gobsmacked by the fact that I had not known anything about the Armenian genocide. But you know, since that time, we've had more genocides. The Rwandan genocide, the massacre in Srebrenica. Let's see. That was in 94, 95, 2014, the Yazidi genocide, 2017, the Rohingya genocide, and the world sadly watches today as the Uyghurs are facing crimes against humanity in the Xinjiang province in China. Next week, we'll commemorate the Holodomor. On January 27th, we will commemorate the Holocaust on the International Day of Remembrance for the Holocaust, and on April 21st this year will be Yom HaShoah. It's not just important to commemorate these events, though. These atrocities, we have to remember who died. We have to remember those who suffered, and those who were left behind with the horrible aftermath of trauma and the unimaginable sadness. And we have to educate ourselves and our young people. We must know our history. We cannot remember that which we do not know. Therefore, we must teach the history. We must teach the understanding of the causes, the conditions that give rise to genocide, atrocities, and crimes against humanity, the societal conditions, the political conditions, and the recognition of the roles that dehumanizing, complicity, and passivity, or being a bystander. And it's these last three items where we can truly make a difference, Madam Speaker. See, we can teach our young children. We can teach them these concepts before they're able to understand the atrocities. We can teach them how name-calling affects people, how bullying affects people, how helping others be bullies or standing by as bullies go after others. We can teach young children the value of humanity. And we can teach them this as the context for when they learn of the horrible atrocities that they must learn through history. As I said, every year, the 27th of January serves as the International Day of Remembrance for the Holocaust, and it's essential to honor and pay tribute to the memories of all the victims and all those affected by the horrific event. But it's equally important to affirm the importance of instilling the value of countering anti-Semitism, racism, and all other forms of intolerance. When we think about education around the Holocaust and other genocides, I think it's important that we highlight the following. First, the systemic the systematic, bureaucratic, and state-sponsored elements that led to all of these awful historical events. Secondly, we need to understand the fragility of all societies and their institutions, which are meant to protect the rights and freedoms of all. Third, we need to understand the dangers of prejudice, discrimination, and dehumanization and its effect on broader society. Fourth, society must understand and evaluate the actions of perpetrators, victims, and others who may tolerate, ignore, or act against hatred for a variety of reasons. And again, the perpetrators, the victims, and others. It's not just enough to talk about the perpetrators. We need to talk about the victims, and we need to understand how all of this interacts. We must uncover and discern the reasons to provide a astute comprehension of how these historic events arise in the first place. And we also must emphasize the international institutions and the norms developed in response to, first of all, the Holocaust right after World War II, and the numerous international agreements that have been signed to promote and encourage human rights, the rule of law, equality, anti-racism, and other values universally accepted as important in stopping future atrocities. And finally, the last element of Holocaust and genocidal education must highlight the important work that's being done to respond to modern genocide. We all need to understand this, and we all need to keep apprised of this. And that is why I think this bill is important, because it's not just a month for commemoration or a month for remembrance. It is a month to talk about prevention, and education is the key to that. Education for our young children, historical education, and society-wide. Never again.
Any other members wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to a private member's bill that is as fundamentally important as this particular bill is. The history of genocide and the murder, the destruction, and the undermining of various communities by others who deem themselves to be their enemies over the history of humanity is certainly a part of our being human that we need to view with open eyes, with contrite hearts, and a steely determination to ensure that this type of behavior becomes a factor only of our past and not of our present and not of our future. I know that as I grew up and slowly started to learn about some of the Holocausts that have occurred, some of the genocide, some of the evil that's been perpetrated on behalf of one community in attempts to destroy and eliminate other communities, that it has been very hard at first to be present to it, to stay with it, to truly bring my understanding and my empathy and my being to the significance of these events over the years. And that has made it very hard, but I've always found that when I've been able to force myself to engage in learning about these horrendous events and taking time to work within myself on what is the meaning of this to me, and what are the implications to me, and the types of behaviors I should engage in moving forward. I think it's always been very fruitful to go through the very difficult and stressful learning process. And it's something I certainly would encourage everyone in this House and, of course, everyone in the province of Alberta to do. I remember there are many times, of course, I've been exposed and learned about this. I remember, for example, when I was in university, young man, probably about the age of 20 or so, which just seems very young to me now. But I attended a film at the Princess Theatre called Shoah, and it was about the extremely horrendous circumstances in the Warsaw Ghetto. The film was 11 hours long, and I must admit I only made 6 hours of it. Just because, I tend to be a bit of an emotionally based person, as I think some people in the House know, and I found it very hard, even reflecting on this, 40 years later, I'm finding myself being emotional. And I think that, that process of me kind of opening myself up to as much as I could take at the time, to really understand that this, unfortunately, is a part of who we are as human beings, that our history is littered with these type of events, some of which have been recorded, some of which are memorialized in events on particular days, and some of which are not. And I think it's very important for us not to get focused on each individual genocide as much as it is important for us to reflect on the nature of genocide. The desire that human beings have to eliminate others who they disagree with, who they believe to be their enemies. And the lessons that we need to learn from that about how we need to understand ourselves and to conduct ourselves are very, very profound. And I think that all of us in this House are challenged to do that. And I ask people to not just look at the list of genocides that are mentioned in this bill, because they're actually, in fact, only a small fraction of the genocides that have occurred in human history, but rather to look at the underlying intent here, and that is for us to make a commitment here in this House that we will choose behaviors from this day forward which are contrary to the genocides given room to grow, and choose behaviors that thwart any move toward genocidal behavior, whether it happens here at home or abroad. And I think the first part of doing that is to, first of all, recognize that, unfortunately, that this is a part of our human nature. It is not something that, of course, that any of us would stand up here and claim with any relish at this particular time because of our awareness of the devastating effects of genocide. But still, it is part of who we are as human beings and how we have acted in our time here on this earth. And that means that we need to come to a place of admission and acknowledging that genocides do occur, that genocides having occurred before could indeed occur again. I know just this last year, a year ago, I had the opportunity to be in Berlin and to go to many of the sites that are memorials of the Holocaust that occurred against the Jewish population and others during the Second World War, and was stunned to see on the walls of one of them a statement essentially, sorry, I can't remember the exact words, but essentially saying, if it happened once, it can happen again. And the call to action from that, to remember that it isn't about somehow acknowledging some historical event, but it's about taking responsibility for doing an analysis of the things that are happening here and now in our society, and deriving from that analysis an understanding of the behaviors and the actions that are done both by individuals and by societies, by governments, by institutions, that actually engender that kind of action, ultimately resulting in genocide. That call to action is very important and very significant to me in terms of the choices that I hope I am making now. And I think that a big part of my concern about this particular piece of legislation is that I think it is bringing with it some blinders with regard to some of the genocides that we need to pay attention to. And of course, I specifically speak to the genocide that I have spoken about in this House of Indigenous people in this province and in this country over the last 600 years. And I think it's very important for us not to turn our heads away, not to pretend that somehow what has happened to Indigenous people in this country does not fit with what has happened to many other people in many other places. Now, I'm very careful not to compare genocides. I've been certainly taught that by people in the Jewish community who have helped me to get a deeper understanding of the implications of the Holocaust, and have said you cannot compare one that's happened to another. What you need to do is you need to come to a place of truly understanding the reality and the possibility that genocide can exist somewhere in our society now and is waiting for a chance to bubble forward. And that's what's important. And I guess the part that I would like to support about the bill is the fact that we are acknowledging this fact of genocide. But what we are not doing is we are not focusing on the nature of genocide and the fact that it does implicate many people beyond the few that are mentioned in the bill. And I think deciding to pick a few out of the multitude is very problematic. And I know that I've been receiving a significant amount of correspondence from First Nations and Métis and Inuit people in this province over the last number of weeks because of the sort of complete failure of the government to actually tie the word genocide.
Any other members wishing to join debates? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I remember when the member from Calgary East, thank you very much, sir. The member from Calgary East actually introduced this bill into the House. I immediately opened it, and as is common with pieces of legislation, Madam Speaker, there's a whole section dedicated to definitions, sometimes more extensive than others. So my immediate reaction to hearing about the bill was, okay, I'm really eager to see if the private member is going to take the opportunity to actually provide a definition for genocide. Because, oftentimes you get into these, even amongst friends and family, you get into these debates, perhaps call them political, and you get into this stage where, now we're just arguing semantics. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, is that you need to be able to agree on the definition of specific terms before you can even have a debate. So I find it astounding that within a bill that would be dedicated to the remembrance and condemnation and the prevention of genocide, the definition isn't even held within. So with that in mind, perhaps it's I'm going to put my homework cap on, and I'm perhaps going to bring forward some amendments on that, hopefully. But I do wanted to take this opportunity to speak to specifically that. So, for example, in the Rome Statute, right under Article 6, Section E, it specifically states to forcibly transfer children of the group to another group. And, I respect the opinion of the member from Calgary East when he gets up in this House and states that for some reason, direction that he got on his own private member bill I don't think he stipulated exactly who gave him that advice, but it seemed to me from his comments, I'll have to check the blues, but through you, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that the member was actually talking about getting advice from the government itself on his own particular private member's bill, which is fine if that's the way that, you know, private members of the government caucus would like to use their time within this House. It's completely up to them, completely up to them. So with that being said, I think that it's important that when we look specifically at the history of Canada, the history of Alberta, that we go to internationally acknowledged definitions of genocide. Of course, as has been stated by members on both sides of the House, we have so much to learn when it actually comes to addressing these issues. But I would find it astounding that within a bill produced by this legislature regarding genocide, that we would not include Indigenous people right here in Alberta and in Canada when it comes to discussing this particular issue. One cannot deny how Indigenous people were treated upon European conquest. And I include all over the Americas, Madam Speaker, because as you know, Madam Speaker, I'm originally from South America, where also as Indigenous people had to suffer genocide. And within research that I've read on all over the Americas, we're talking about millions of Indigenous people that were killed upon conquest. When the Europeans, specifically the Spaniards, came in and decided that they were going to lay claim to the so-called Americas. And, you know, and I don't mean to offend anybody with what I'm saying. What I'm trying to do is exactly what the member across, when she got up to speak, is to emphatically state that I agree. We need to learn from all these things. Now, within the bill, there's a number of genocides that are recognized, genocidal acts throughout the world. And it's also surprising to me that, and I say this because I represent an electoral district that has a high population of Punjabis and Sikhs within my electoral district, or my riding. And I know that there are other ridings out there that also have a high percentage of Punjabis and Sikhs specifically, within their ridings. So for me, it's surprising that the 1984 Sikh genocide isn't being recognized within this particular bill. Now, I've had the opportunity to sit and discuss and learn from what happened within the Punjab and the Five Rivers back in 1984. And members of the community shared with me so many stories about the atrocities that were committed, and especially among young males back in 1984. I'm even doubtful whether I should share them here on the record. I recognize that it's not my story to tell. It's the Sikhs in our communities all over Alberta that want to tell these stories because they've told them to me. And I would hope that this legislature would open not only its ears and not only its mind, but also its heart when it comes to listening to the members of our community who are from the Sikh religion and Punjabi ethnicity, so that they can share their stories about what happened back in 1984. Which begs me to ask the question, Madam Speaker, who did the member consult with when actually putting together this particular bill? And I would hope that he would have had an opportunity to actually sit down with members from a wide-ranging ethnic backgrounds to specifically speak to them about introducing this here bill into the House. Because there's so many stories. There's so many stories. And I appreciate members on the other side of the House who've gotten up and shared stories about experiences that they have through relationships that they have made throughout their experience, their own history here within the province and in this world. I think it's absolutely essential that we take the opportunity to consult with as many Albertans as we possibly can. Because what happens if this bill makes it into law? And members of the community, Albertans here in the province of Alberta, look at this bill and say, hey, how come my community and Sikhs emphatically state that 1984 was a genocide, Mr. Speaker? Now, I'm not saying that we have to agree wholeheartedly, but at least listen. At least listen and make sure that the community knows that they had an opportunity to provide their stories when it comes to this here particular bill. I actually applaud the member for bringing this bill forward because I want to be able to support it. I really do want to be able to support it, but cannot do that at this time. So I'm looking forward to amendments.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika has approximately 4 minutes for me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise in the chamber today to speak on Bill 205, Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act, moved by the Honourable Member from Calgary East. I sit on the Private Bills Committee that reviewed this bill prior to coming to this committee, and I was honored to hear him present there. This bill aims to do a number of things, but what it ultimately does is forces us to have difficult conversations. Difficult conversations about sensitive topics, something that the good people of Cardston-Siksika elected me to do, not to shy away from those conversations, which is one of the reasons I stand in this chamber today. But this bill declares April of each month as Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month. It requires the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women to table a report within 1 year that outlines strategies to combat the causes of genocide, including recognizing the impact and the atrocity of genocide of individuals who belong to many different religious and ethnic communities in Alberta. The bill also recognizes 7 genocides. In particular, I'd like to speak about one today. And this goes back to me mentioning hard conversations. When I was in university, we had a professor in my Russian program. His name was Yuri Levin. And Yuri was of Jewish descent and thought it would be important and valuable to bring in a Holocaust survivor to speak to our class. And this was a class that usually had a handful of students in it, maybe 10 or 12 if I recall properly. And that day, that classroom was packed because word got around there's an opportunity to hear from someone who had survived the Holocaust. And he relayed a number of stories, most of which I won't be able to talk to you about today because for lack of time. But what I will say is you would not find in that room a single dry eye, Mr. Speaker. The things that this gentleman talked about cut right to the most raw emotions. In particular, one story that he told really broke my heart was when he and a number of others were filed onto a train car and left there for a very long time. There was a baby in the car. A woman was holding a baby. And that baby eventually began to cry. And that baby cried, and it cried, and it continued to cry until it just stopped crying. And it wasn't because that baby was Sue, but that baby passed away in that train car, in its mother's arms. These are the kinds of atrocious acts that have happened in history at the hands of some of the world's worst dictators. And you don't need to go into greater detail again for lack of time, but I wanted to learn more. And so in 2016, when I was in Washington, D.C. For a weekend for a course for my master's program, of all the museums that I could visit there, I went to the Holocaust Museum because I felt it was important to have those difficult conversations, and I believe you will be cutting me off.
Interrupt the honourable member. However, it is now 5 o'clock, and the time for consideration of this matter has concluded for today. The next time that this item for debate is called, we'll have approximately 65 minutes remaining for debate.
Under motions other than government motions, motion other than a government motion 512, Mr. Diol.
Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So should I read the motion, Mr. Speaker? So I move the motion other than a government motion 512. This motion reads as, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly affirms its support for measures that identify and address racism in Alberta and urge the government to A, ensure that all recommendations of the Anti-Racism Advisory Council are publicly available in their original form, and B, lay before the Assembly a work plan for the implementation of the Council's recommendations and provide a regular update on the progress of the work plan. Should I keep going? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Anti-Racism Advisory Council was established by the former NDP government. The job that was subscribed, the preview of the Advisory Council was to undertake the work to tackle the racism in the province and then make recommendations to the government on that, the action plan that makes. So the long due, I would say, the work on the issue of anti-racism should have been addressed. So since the UCP came in government in 2019, there has been many concerns that what is the role. Lots have been said in public, in the media. The committee's status quite fell in limbo for a while. It took long to know that the new government came in office, would recognize the council and would work with the council to combat the work at the racism. And between those, we know the very serious events that took place in south of the border. That the historical protests that took place in our province and around the world after the incident in Minneapolis, the unjust death of George Floyd. The thousands of people, about, as media reported, 14,000 people in the grounds of this legislature, and thousands in Calgary demanded the action against racism. Not only that, we hear from our constituents on a daily basis the incidents of racism based on one or the other issues. And I recall my trip to Calgary last month on October 2nd and meeting with some of the community members, the members of Black Chamber, Indigenous groups, South Asian community members. In one way, I was so, happy to see the amount of work, enthusiasm in those groups. They're working to promote multiculturalism, diversity, inclusion, and trying to provide places, spaces to those deprived in their communities, with none, very least to none, like no sport. So what was painful, the story still struck into my mind, was I was meeting the community members from Indigenous community. On October the 2nd, the gentleman shared the story. His cousin was just got killed and died in police custody, on the day before he was talking to me. That was October the 1st this year, last month. Then I had a conversation with another community member. Her sister was killed 8 years back. She was beheaded, and the pieces of her bodies were, found in different places in the province. What is concerning here, not only we are losing the lives, people are still experiencing racism, discrimination, but also the system is totally failing on them. There is very little support from the system when it comes to dealing with these issues for the suffering families. There was not real support to the family that is going through that pain. And all I heard about them, they have a file number to wait for that on a result. Somebody has for 8 years. The other family was just, handed the day before I was having the conversation. And there was a story in CBC. I wanted to print it and just table it in the house, but I didn't get a chance. I hope many of you would have probably read the story of Minnie Akapkur, if I'm not mispronouncing her name. One of the first Indigenous nurse. She lost her 7 siblings out of 8. She was the only one who survived in family, in situations, going through relocations, dispositions, hunger, residential schools. She joined residential school, but she got influenced by someone, happened to have a nurse who was moved here from England, and she saw how she's helping the humanity, help her parents through the pain and suffering when one by one her mother was losing her kids. And she kind of decided to become kind of person that can contribute back to the community. And it took her 20 years to complete her 2 years of nursing program because she belonged to one community. She was declined, she was rejected again and again. She started her nursing in 80s, and she completed her nursing in, if I'm not wrong, 1994, because of all those barriers she was facing, and she came second in the class. And she said, when I had a degree in my hand, a result in my hand, I wish I could call all those people who were refusing my entry to the program and show them what my ability was, what I wanted to contribute. So what I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, if this motion is passed, this will, provide the accountability to the House. Thank you. I'll just come.
Thank the honourable member. Fortunately, the time has concluded. The Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women, I see, is on her feet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member of Edmonton Meadows. So many of the things that we need to talk about, anti-racism, is actually about talking about the real stories, about what happened to people. It differs in many different ways, but one of the most important things, what is required, are the real and honest stories about what happens to individuals and how it is that we look at that situation and how it is that we help. And I agree with the member in the sense that there's so much more that needs to happen. Mr. Speaker, this has been a year like no other. And along with the largest health and economic crisis, we've also seen a global call for justice and an end to racism. In May, the Black Lives Matter protests sparked by George Floyd, the death of George Floyd, was one of those rare moments where you stand and you watch entire communities across the world join hands in solidarity to stand up for a culture, for a group of people. And on the legislature grounds, as you know, we saw at least 15,000 people, even amongst a crisis, a COVID crisis, masked, standing together to learn and listen and stand in solidarity. And those demonstrations and community actions have continued and are really pushing and giving momentum across this province and across the country and across the globe. I want to thank my dear friends, Minister of Justice, and the member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo for being here this evening and to speak about your personal experiences, because it's those personal experiences that help us define what our jobs are, what our reasons are, and how it is that we move forward and how we do better. Our MLAs and ministers know from a lot of lived experience throughout this entire House how important it is to tackle racism. But even more so, it's about a head-on movement to looking at institutions and within our communities. And over the last several years, Alberta has become increasingly diverse, and I believe that our cabinet very much reflects that beautiful diversity in this province. Between us, we speak 13 languages and intimately understand the challenges that come from a difference of appearance or speaking a different language, or many other things that are beautiful about the wonderful cultures that make up this province. We also know that Alberta is growing faster and is the diverse groups and organizations and cultures and backgrounds that are coming to this province are really, really fulfilling and continuing on with that rich tapestry that is the history of this province. Out of Alberta's total population, over 1 in 5 are immigrants, and 1 in 4 identify as a visible minority, and almost 300,000 people of Indigenous background. And these numbers are going to continue to rise. So addressing racism is a no-brainer and must be done. In our institutions, in our world, in how we function, how we are with people, how we live. And as we work to recover from COVID-19 and working on economic diversification and moving forward as a province, this is our time to make sure that every single person can participate and contribute and succeed. If Albertans are held back from reaching their full potential, there's absolutely no way that this province can reach its full potential. I would prefer to not stoke division. I would prefer to bring diverse groups together and find solutions. There's a lens of multiculturalism that we can use, but those individual stories are really, really at the guts and the heartbeat of how it is that we change and how it is that we learn about society. Racism is fueled by misunderstandings and fear. And when you sow that fear, when you continue down that path, you are adding to the fear and the misunderstandings of the people who most need understanding and love and compassion and to be brought together in this province. One important piece of the puzzle, and I've mentioned this a few times, is being able to make sure that people can tell their stories and build relationships. And that is a natural way of promoting diversity. That is the work of anti-racism. And by learning more about each other and understanding these beautiful cultural perspectives, can we then not move ahead to celebrate? Celebrate and discover the differences and similarities that make this province so magnificent. And sharing those traditional arts and culture and music and food are a window to understanding our deeper beliefs and traditions and understanding each other. After all, I think every single person in this house wants the same thing. We want a safe home, the ability to provide for ourselves and our families, and the freedom to be able to pursue our dreams. When we are looking at how you build a more diverse and inclusive province, these cannot just be words. This is about inspiring Albertans to share their culture and to learn more about each other. And, you know, in government, we've had the huge privilege of hosting a lot of events and flinging the doors open of the legislature and McDougall Centre and the federal building, because this is the people of Alberta's home. It's their house. And to be able to do that and bring folks in and be able to share our cultural backgrounds has been one of the most beautiful things that I've been able to participate in, whether I was in opposition or in government. And building those relationships. And I mean, I can go through, we've hosted Black History Month and Diwali and Lunar New Year and Vaisakhi and Eid al-Fitr and Philippine Independence Day and Ukrainian Heritage Day, just to name a few. There's so many more. And we've engaged thousands and thousands and thousands of Albertans, and actually, since these events have had to go virtual, just like Diwali did on the weekend and Bandi Chhor Divas, right? We actually had thousands more people being able to join us because some of them wouldn't normally be able to come to our event. And as sad as it was to not be in person, it was really wonderful to be able to celebrate that. Recordings of the virtual events are posted online afterwards, and we've done media releases and declarations in social media and statements in legislature. These are all important pieces of educating and understanding where we all come from and who we are. One of the aspects of living in such a diverse province and engaging and serving people that speak so many different languages is figuring out how is it that we reach that. So during COVID, all of the information went out in a minimum of 8 languages. And as you know, we are in Family Violence Prevention Month. And so the one line is also available in over 200 languages. This is an important piece of the puzzle because inclusion isn't just in including people in society, it's about listening to their stories and making sure they have places to be able to tell what is going on in their own situations and that they're not being turned away. that they can hear their language, that they're able to communicate, that we're able to get to them and help them and find the gaps in the system. I've been privileged to host several town halls with cultural groups, and especially over COVID, to be able to reach out to those organizations and have really heartfelt conversations of how things are going, how they're doing in their communities, and how are they reaching, their faith leaders, how are they reaching out to their communities and building love and compassion at a time when people feel so isolated and alone. So many of these organizations that took food curbside and helped out senior citizens and took people to their doctor's appointments. I mean, the list just goes on, and it is overwhelming in the most beautiful way possible. Like myself, Premier and Dr. Hinshaw have also had ongoing communications with leaders across the province and faith groups and other organizations to make sure that there are specific guidelines to help us through this time. And as hard as this has been, I have to say, and I think most of us would agree, the outreach has been very different, very intentional. That intentional outreach changes the way that you have with people. Any unconscious bias that any of us have are gone, because you have these amazing conversations with incredible people who do so much to keep our province together. Our government's approach, our community, the province, the country, the globe, it's about diligently working together to overcome the challenges of racism. And I would like to thank the information that has come from the Alberta Anti-Racism Advisory Council. I'm looking very forward to having another conversation with them here very quickly. And they represent members of our diverse culture in this province. And part of defining some of those priorities have...
It concludes the time allotted for the minister. The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and address this motion that has been brought forward by my friend from Edmonton Meadows. And first of all, I want to thank my friend from Edmonton Meadows for the work that he's done on the anti-racism file ever since he was named to that position after the 2019 election. It's a shame that unfortunately anti-racism has been such a busy file in this province over the last year and a half. But I think my friend from Edmonton Meadows has done a remarkable job of highlighting the work that needs to be done to create an anti-racist Alberta. I also want to address some of the comments that the Minister from Culture made in her remarks regarding this motion, because it's interesting to me that she highlighted the number of cultural events that she's participated in and the outreach that she's done to different ethnic groups. However, this motion specifically addresses the work of the Anti-Racism Council. And the minister only got around to mentioning the Anti-Racism Council at the very end of her speech, just shortly before her time expired, Mr. Speaker. And maybe some members would think that this is an oversight, that perhaps the minister was just caught up in the beauty of her own words and the fact that the Anti-Racism Council exists under her ministry just slipped her mind. However, if you actually look at the annual report for the Minister of Multiculturalism and Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women, you will find that even though this Anti-Racism Council is identified as a body that answers to the minister, it's only mentioned once in the entire report. And it says this: the Alberta Anti-Racism Advisory Council has been tasked with addressing racial and multicultural barriers in Alberta. The Council's Code of Conduct was approved by the Alberta Ethics Commissioner and will be developing and aligning the rest of its governance and documents with the Code of Conduct. Nothing else about the work that the Anti-Racism Council had done over the year 2019-2020. And even more concerning, I think, to the people of Alberta is the fact that when you look at the financial statements for that ministry, you can't even find out how much money the government spent on the work of the Anti-Racism Council. So it's one thing for the Minister of Culture to stand up and say what a good job she's doing to reach out to different ethnic communities in the province of Alberta, but it's notable that when it comes to actually doing the work of anti-racism, there's only one line in her annual report no budget commitment that is made publicly available. And so it leads us to question whether or not she and the government is genuinely committed to building the work, doing the work of anti-racism here in the province of Alberta. I want to focus the rest of my time to the portion of the making some comments regarding be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly affirm its support for measures that identify and address racism in Alberta. In August, I had the privilege of participating in a community forum on racism that was held by a number of Franco-African groups that are housed in my community. And during that discussion, they raised a number of issues with respect to racism that community faces that I think it's my responsibility as a member for Edmonton Gold Bar to bring forward so that the government understands the impact of racism on that community. Certainly, one of the impacts that racism has had on that community is a challenge, and this all comes from an annual report that was provided to me by the hosts of this community forum on racism, and I appreciate them providing that to my office. They have identified challenges in finding employment. This has had social impacts, including poverty, prison, racial profiling, ostracism, ghettoism in some schools. And the Franco-African community faces double discrimination, Mr. Speaker, because they not only face linguistic barriers, they also face racial barriers. And so that creates a number of difficulties for members of the Franco-African community. They identified specific issues with respect to police and correctional services. They believe that racism is present within the police force, the RCMP, and Correctional Services Canada when it comes to recruiting people of African descent. They believe that they've been the victims of racial profiling. They're concerned about the lack of collaboration with community organizations, the lack of follow-up with various files regarding their relationship with victims' families. And they've identified several passive consultation committees that simply exist by name and with no impact on the communities. And I know that I've raised this issue with respect to consultation with the Franco-African community in particular. I haven't yet received an update from the Minister of Justice's offices whether he will continue to reach out to the Franco-African community in my riding and across the province with respect to changes to the Police Act, and I would certainly appreciate hearing from the Justice Minister whether or not he's structured some consultations with that. I know the Minister of Culture had approached me with respect to her concern that these consultations weren't being made in French, and I appreciate her concern about that. However, I would also refer members to the annual report of her ministry, which identifies that the Francophone Secretariat had a third of its budget left unspent last year. So if the minister is so keen to make sure the Francophone communities are involved in the consultations that this government is undergoing, is participating in, the least they can do is spend the money that is given to them to allow the government to consult with the Francophone community in the language of that community's choice. The Community Forum on Racism identified some other things. The Human Rights Commission offers no bilingual documents to facilitate and encourage submission of complaints. The community has concerns about retaliation to protect Black people who submit a complaint. They feel that this government, the provincial government, conducts racial profiling within some of its departments, and it singles out family services as one area where they have great concerns. And they identify that across government they feel that there is a significant lack of understanding of Black people's realities. Now, with respect to family services, I wrote to the Minister of Children and Family Services earlier this year to make sure that members of the Franco-African community are consulted with when it comes to discussing the work that has been ongoing. I was pleased to see that the minister did respond and said that she intended to engage with that community. However, I must stress that the community does not want a one-time engagement with Children and Family Services. They want a permanent consultative structure created so that that community continues to have a voice at the table when it comes to how that ministry conducts its work and interacts with the Black Francophone community. The Community Forum on Racism stressed the need to hire more bilingual workers, reinforced the need for young people to be able to see themselves in the community, and they stressed that government has an important role in hiring members of the Franco-African community to work in its ranks. The community identified a number of problems within the education sector with respect to the Francophone community. Certainly they had concerns with the Francophone School Board's failure to hire an adequate number, in their view, of Franco-Africans as teachers. And certainly I think the government could play a significant role in making sure that there are enough Franco-African teachers in the school system, not least of which would include making sure that Campus Saint-Jean is a well-funded, well-functioning institution, instead of making the stakeholders of Campus Saint-Jean continually afraid that the cuts that this government is imposing upon the University of Alberta will lead to the closure of that institution. They've highlighted racism in the Francophone post-secondary institutions, Mr. Speaker. Certainly this was an issue with which I had a number of discussions when I was Minister of Advanced Education. The number of Franco-Africans who receive positions in faculty aren't on par with their general representation in the population, and I think post-secondary institutions need to do more to make sure that members of the Franco-African community are included in its ranks as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have presented a number of concrete suggestions that this government can implement today to make sure that members of the Franco-African community are no longer discriminated against here in the province of Alberta. Thank you.
Honourable members, are there others? The Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General is standing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank the member for introducing motion 512 with respect to the Anti-Racism Advisory Council. And I do want to thank all members who have spoken on behalf on this particular issue, because the blunt truth, Mr. Speaker, is that racism is real. It's something that affects all of us. I think that's something that all of us can agree. Where we do disagree with the members opposite is on their approach to dealing with issues of racism. You know, Mr. Speaker, I do want to speak about this matter from a personal experience, because each and every one of us who have been impacted by racism have their own stories and experiences to tell. But, Mr. Speaker, here we are again, another day, and another shameless attempt by the NDP to needlessly politicize the issue of racism in this province. What the NDP is attempting to do, Mr. Speaker, is to take a mulligan on what they were reluctant to do when they were in government. They spent 4 years. 4 years. I live in Edmonton. I closely monitored this political party. Each and every one of them, their cabinet ministers, all of their members from Edmonton, they were the reason why I got involved in politics. They did nothing. They are quick at talking about issues of race and racism. But when it comes to time to actually act, this province bestowed them with a unique opportunity they never had in our history to finally walk and take action on some of those things that I have been telling my community for ages. And Mr. Speaker, you know what happened? They did nothing. Absolute nothing. You know, in true NDP form, Mr. Speaker, we see an angry opposition party that has, quote, learned nothing and forgotten nothing. The NDP established an advisory agency, and yet they didn't require that agency to make public its recommendations. That advisory body was set up by the NDP without any requirement or mandate to make the recommendations public. Those are the facts, so that we know exactly what we are dealing with these members opposite. Mr. Speaker, the NDP knew at the time that not a single government of Alberta agency published their recommendations. They know. And we must impute on them that knowledge. And we must never allow them to get away with misrepresentations. They know that publishing an agency's recommendations would exceed the scope the NDP set for their own committee. They know that. Mr. Speaker, this is just more shameless grandstanding by an angry NDP as they attempt to rewrite their own committee from the opposition benches. What they did not do when they had the power to do so, they are now calling on us to do. However, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the NDP stop their ridiculous campaign of politicizing and exploiting racism to score cheap political points. Albertans rejected their campaign of fear, division, and smear in 2019. They ran one of the nastiest, divisive, unhinged campaigns in Canadian history. And Albertans overwhelmingly rejected that. Their campaign of fear and smear was so bad. One of their own failed candidates in Edmonton Southwest, Mr. Speaker, called me a white supremacist. He had to apologize for calling me a white supremacist and claiming that I supported the white supremacy. Their own candidate, the NDP candidate in Southwest. Their press progress sent me an email asking me also to apologize for being a white supremacist. Mr. Speaker, this is the NDP before us today. That is the NDP they have called for motion 512. Now, I want to take a moment to discuss my own experiences with racism in my country of birth, Nigeria, and here in this country, amazing country. Mr. Speaker, I have said this several times. I was born and raised in Southeast Nigeria, of the tribe called the Igbos, who claimed their ancestry to the Jewish state. One of the sons of Jacob, called God. You know, at the time when the Jewish state were being conquered in the 8th century. The documented oral history of the Igbos said God is settled in the southeast Nigeria. Hence why the Igbos are called the wandering Jews of Africa. And you will see a 2013, if you want to read a little bit more about that, a 2013, February 4th to 13th Senate report. Take a look at it. It's there. And Mr. Speaker, because of that, the Igbos faced their own discriminatory racist practices in my country of birth that culminated in a civil war, 1967-1970, that cost the lives of 3 million Igbos. So the NDP would never tell me what it feels like to be discriminated, what it feels like to have 3 million of your brothers and sisters murdered. 1.5 million of those were children who had to die as a consequence of what they called kwashoko, starvation, death by starvation. So, Mr. Speaker, despite all of that, I came to this country. You know, when it was time for me to article, I have said this story before, it was difficult for me to get a job to article because I used to use my original name called Kelechi. It was not until I changed that name to KC that I began to get responses back from law firms. Even the Ministry of Justice that I had today did not get back to me at that point in time. My own wife interviewed in one of the biggest law firms in Edmonton. And they spent the 1-hour interview asking her how come she speaks Queen's English. Not one question on substantive law. So the NDP would never be able to tell me what it means to face racism and discrimination. I just want them to, when they get the opportunity, to please act on it and stop talking about it for political gimmicks. Act on it. When you do, if we had done in 4 years, I would be the first person to stand up on this floor of this particular house, raising my hands up supporting 5112. You have not earned that support. Mr. Speaker, but despite all of the Igbos that have gone through, guess what? I sit here as the first black Canadian Minister of Justice. It did not happen during the NDP 4 years. In few weeks, a lady by the name of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala will be named, hopefully, the first female African black Director General of the World Trade Organization. She's also Igbo. The former Secretary of the Commonwealth, Emeka Anyako, is also Igbo. Even Mayor Nancy's former Chief of Staff, Chima Kendelem, also Igbo. So, Mr. Speaker, despite what the NDP had said, the government of Alberta takes the issue of racism very seriously, and we will show that by not talking about it, but by delivering on the concerns that minority communities and our First Nations people have told us are discriminatory of them. Those are what we are going to focus on. We will take on those concerns and we will deal with them. And we will not make them subject of political football like the NDP did in 4 years. They had a committee that was supposed to look into Cardin for 4 years, 2016 to 2019. They had a report. They were told what needed to be done, and they did nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP, I reject their approach, and for that, Mr. Speaker, I caution against motion 512.
Honourable members, is there anyone else? I see the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise to offer my comments on behalf of my constituents in Southern Alberta in favour of the member for Edmonton Meadows motion before this legislature. The member has proposed that we, assembled here today, affirm our support for measures that identify and address racism in Alberta. And further, that we urge the government of the day, as private members, to ensure that all the recommendations of the Anti-Racism Advisory Council are publicly available in their original form. Given that, as my colleague, the member for Edmonton Goldbar, has enumerated, we have not heard much, Mr. Speaker, from the Anti-Racism Advisory Council. And we know that they have undertaken very good work. And it is in the public interest for all Albertans to hear the results of that work directly from them. The second piece of this motion is the piece that I like quite a bit because I'm a fan of deliverables and work plans, and that is that the government lay before the Assembly a work plan for the implementation of the Council's recommendations and provide regular updates on the progress of that work plan. Now, it's worth going back to consider where some of this work came from and where the structure of the Anti-Racism Advisory Council and the funding that was attached to it came from. Certainly, it was identified by the previous government that first of all, that that the legislature, certainly there were private members involved in this, but also that the Executive Council go out and have a series of broad-based conversations with community representatives, and this occurred throughout 2017. And it culminated in a report that was laid before government that outlined a number of plans to take action against racism. Those plans. I'll enumerate them in a moment. There were a number of specific actions to be taken, and that the 25 members of the Anti-Racism Advisory Council undertake that work. Such that it was a decentralized effort, Mr. Speaker, to hear from communities and have an iterative process on how to fight racism and how to be specifically anti-racist. It is not enough to simply, because it is not enough to simply affirm that there is no discrimination or have specific legal requirements for equality. One must be actively anti-racist. If there's anything that we have learned over the last I would say, I know me personally, but I think as a society over the last decade or two, is that there are specific actions that must be taken in order to achieve that goal of substantive equality, Mr. Speaker. And so the 25 people were appointed to the Anti-Racism Advisory Council and tasked with a number of recommendations that came out of those broad-based consultations. And those proposed actions were creating a provincial hate crimes unit, funding the Alberta Hate Crimes Committee, updating the school curriculum to include more material on fighting racism. Well, I suppose we know where that one's at. Expanding the number of languages students can learn core subjects in from 8 to 10. Expanding career mentorship programs to smaller cities. That would certainly be appreciated by my constituents. Starting a foreign qualification fund that measures skills and work experience, not just credentials. I will pause to recognize here that some foreign credential work has been undertaken by this government since 2019, and I commend them for that, and certainly spoke in favour of it. Making it easier for people to have access to anti-racism resources by creating a multilingual phone line. Reflecting Alberta as a government by removing biases in hiring and training employees about Indigenous awareness. Again, we have seen some backwards movement with respect to people who work for the government of Alberta and their published racism, and encouraged to continue collecting a paycheck from the government of Alberta despite their published racism. Making sure Albertans know their rights and celebrating the province's diversity. So the idea at the time was that there be $2 million of initial work or grants being given out for specific projects and work, and that specifically target anti-racist initiatives that are being undertaken at the level of grassroots engagement, Mr. Speaker. And you know, at the time, just reading here the record of when the initiative was after all of the consultations and after a report was prepared, just looking at the photo here of a bunch of people crowded behind the then Minister of Community and Social Services, including the honourable member here for Edmonton Ellerslie. It's a kind of a jarring photo, looking at a photo of a bunch of people crowded together without masks on. But that, of course, was a couple of years back. And, you know, the folks who were part of those consultations, for example, we have Ahmed Abdul Qadir, Executive Director of Edmonton's Ogaden Somali Community of Alberta Residents. One of the many people consulted, and he had to say, this is where the beauty of the Advisory Council comes in. The community will have a voice to advocate which direction the province should go and what needs to be implemented. Well, that's precisely, Mr. Speaker, why the Anti-Racism Council was empowered with the work that it was and the funds that it was. And it was also recognized at the time that this was a first step, Mr. Speaker. Ahmed Ali, an educator in Edmonton's Poet Laureate at the time, said the province is taking an important first step in anti-racism actions. And it's important to understand that we, at the time, understood it that way and had the humility to understand that we didn't know everything, and that's why we needed to make sure that this work was well informed by the Advisory Council, that there was a dialogue back and forth, but that there was actually an expectation of the expenditure of funds, the support of community groups, and an ongoing conversation with those that were elected. Now, fast forward to this I guess, early summer, late spring, early summer, Mr. Speaker, to the Black Lives Matter protests and expressions of solidarity, not only with what was going on in the United States, but as a response to what is happening in this province and throughout Canada. And we too had a national and a province-wide conversation about systemic racism, about the kinds of discrimination that exists and the sorts of actions that we need to take with respect to employment, housing, justice system reform, racial profiling, the role of the Police Act in this province, and certainly even at the level of my community, you know, folks will come to me and talk to me about interactions at retail establishments. I had one Indigenous constituent who came to me shortly after the election who told me about the harassment that she was subjected to in a parking lot when she was going in to vote on Election Day. Because, you know, voting while Indigenous earned her some approbation from folks in the parking lot and some intimidation for her audacity to exercise her franchise that has been, that was hard fought and was not given to her in the early 20th century along with white women, but came much later, showing for us, again, an instance of systemic racism that has existed in this country and in this province, but also its modern day manifestation. And so, you know, these are very simple things to ask the government to do. Show us the work plan. Show us the work. A government should do nothing less, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo has approximately 4 minutes remaining prior to the Member for Edmonton Meadows closing debate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise speaking as motion 512 proposed by the opposition member for Edmonton Meadows. Sir, in June 2020 of this year, the Honourable Premier spoke to motion 24, which was a provincial response to racism. And he stated, there's an element in this discourse that says we don't have racism, and that basically seeks to deny it. I think that is a terrible mistake. It is a terrible mistake to deny the lived reality and the real experience of our friends, our neighbors, our co-workers, so many of whom can speak to the reality of racism, both explicit and implicit in their lives. And I cannot agree more with the Premier. The reality is that racism is evident in our society, and we must act now to combat this. On our side of the House, we have some very diverse backgrounds. 13 languages are spoken on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. And many of us have experienced personally the challenges that come from having a different skin color or speaking a different language. Alberta, though, is growing and is becoming more diverse. 1 in 5 are immigrants. And in Alberta here, almost 1 in 4, 25%, identifies as a visible minority. And we have about 300,000 that are Indigenous. And in order for Alberta to reach its full potential, we can't be held back because of these racist attitudes, the lack of understanding, or the fear of change. So it is important to learn our stories, know our lessons, and work together as a society and move forward without things like racism weighing us down. We need to bring people together to share their experiences and build these relationships and promote this diversity that we so much want. And this, sir, can take many forms, like chatting with our neighbors, going out for dinner with work colleagues, or having coffee with our children's friends' parents. And I can certainly speak personally to the power that connecting does. It's through understanding, it's through building relationships that we can overcome the issues of racism. It's through understanding how people are and whatnot.
I can honestly say, Mr. Speaker, I had to deal with such issues, and certainly as kids, we'll have to just leave it at that, that they're just children testing their boundaries, trying to deal with someone who looks different than everybody else. There's said to be power in it being accepted versus being able to throw someone else out under the bus, if you will, and getting the focus on them and their differences. So certainly through elementary school, through junior high, it was a different era. It was different times. There weren't too many Asians in Fort McMurray growing up, and admittedly, there wasn't equality. I was bullied by both Caucasian and Indigenous people equally, and had to deal with that threat of violence. Sometimes I was able to escape it, sometimes I was not. You learn to defend yourself pretty quick, and that is just the way it is with children. But moving forward, I hope that we can come to an agreement that racism, there is no place for that here in Alberta. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, the time is now 5:55, and that 55 minutes of debate has taken place. And as such, I would invite the honourable member for Edmonton Meadows. You have 5 minutes to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. Mr. Speaker, I recall the June 6th, actually, in this House when I put forward the motion that required public hearing, consultation, and the creation of the advisory panel to come back to the House before October 1st with the reports on it. The motion was defeated by the GOCP members. And on motion 24, I remember that my colleague from Calgary, McCall, put forward an amendment that would urge the government to consult with racialized communities as part of the review of the Police Act and report back to the Assembly by October 1 was further amended by the government members by deleting the date October 1st from it. And since then, we haven't heard anything about it. We're hearing a number of different consultations going on, consultation on gun owners, but unfortunately, there's no information what is happening on the anti-racism framework. In July 21st, the Minister of Culture and Multiculturalism and the Status of Women talked about the creation of subgroups in the Advisory Council. But as of today, we have not heard anything back. So what is the progress? On July 27th, I asked the Minister that her updates on her work with the Advisory Council and why the website of the Advisory Council is down. But still there's no answer to that. And even as of today, the website of the Advisory Council is not updated. Mr. Speaker, the GOCP government has failed to effectively work with the Anti-Racism Advisory Council. And it's about 18 months, 19 months. The council has, that's what the reports to us, met only twice. The council has not provided any resources. If this motion is passed, this is an opportunity for the entire Assembly to hold the government to account and demand transparency and accountability on the important and necessary work of anti-racism. Mr. Speaker, Albertans deserve to know the work that Advisory Council is undertaking, and more importantly, the recommendations that are making to the government to ensure accountability on this very important issue. And I would urge full members to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the honourable member for Edmonton Meadows has moved. Motion other than government motion 512. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That motion is defeated. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 4.1, the House stands adjourned until this evening at 7:30 p.m.
Order.